Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Kanazba-Crotty.
Yat Aisha, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanazba-Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 15 members present, including yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Nota. That colleagues, we have 15 members present for this morning's roll call. That moving on down, we did have a invocation this morning by Honorable Elmer Brigade there at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting. So thank you very much, Honorable Brigade, for the blessing of the prayer this morning for the council and also for today's meetings and then for the nation as well. So let's move on down the line, colleagues.
Speaker,
item number 2 is a recognizing guest.
Daniel So is on the call.
Good morning, Chairman. We'll note that on the roster. Thank you very much, Chairman, for notifying. Again, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue, move on down. Item number 2 is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions this morning, colleagues?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, good morning. Kudo Shinat Senigi Adonana Kudo this morning. Kudo EIC Kudo. At this time, I'd like to request for a moment of silence. Kudo Mihidesh Kikian from Kudo. The late Wesley Simpson. Mr. Simpson was a Vietnam veteran. He was a Oljeto Veterans Organization commander for a number of years. He served 2 terms as Oljeto Chapter Secretary Treasurer. So, back in the 80s and what Navajo don't Kodo a Yego Ikodo Bananas Tradis Yego originate that would manage on some hobart for the Hajopa Dames and Double Jade and as go Yakodo Ada Yakodo Adonana Kodo what is it? Mazay veterans that what you're behind Nickel. I don't Kodo Shin Ray services that the Higgy Shank production is Shank hitch or that is missed with so idiot or he kid or less could out moment of silence could out Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Herman Daniels, for that recognition this morning. With that, colleagues, at this time, with that request from Honorable Daniels, at this time, let's go ahead and take that moment to recognize not only the former leadership and the former dedicated veteran that he was, Mr. Wesley Simpson, who there was from Molcheto. And not only that, but also keep his family in your prayers too as well. And just think about them and his colleagues and his friends who have known him for the years. So at this time, we'll go ahead and take a moment of silence for Honorable Wesley Simpson. Thank you very much, colleagues, and everybody on the line. And again, thank you for allowing us to do that and allowing that moment of silence again for Mr. Simpson. And just again, please keep his family in your prayers, knowing that they're mourning his loss at this time too as well. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down on our, actually, is there any further recognizing guests and visiting officials, colleagues? If there are none, let's move on down to item number 3 on our agenda. Review and adopt the agenda that's at hand here, colleagues. That, Mr. Rico, let me turn the floor over to you to go ahead and review the agenda. I'll read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Nomination Council special meeting via telecommunications, Wind Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, February 17th, 2022. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt journals. There's one journal from Naabik'íyáti meeting dated January 20th to the 21st, 2022. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business A, legislation 0252-21. B, legislation 0007-22. C, legislation 0016-22. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. For that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Paul McGee.
Second, Helena.
Motion by Honorable Alona. Is there a second?
Speaker,
Honorable Alona.
you had a
Yes.
motion by Honorable Paul Begay and a second by Honorable Helena.
Okay. Let me do this. And Honorable Paul Begay There's a motion and the second is Honorable Helena. Sorry, Honorable Begay, I didn't hear you on this end. With that, though, we do have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay, second by Honorable Helena. Let me go to the floor at this time. I do have Honorable Wilson Stewart in the queue. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, good morning,
Good morning.
Speaker, Chairman Lehman. I would like to write a request of the agents for my legislation on the 0007 to remove that from the agenda until such time they request to put it back on, please. That would be my request.
Thank you very much.
Speaker Freeland.
Item number 0007-22 off the agenda, which, colleagues, is item number B under new business on the proposed agenda that was posted 24 hours in advance. With that, Honorable Stewart on amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Freeland. I do have a
Good morning,
request, too, Speaker.
Freeland. Good morning, Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland, good morning. When you say you have a request, does that mean you want to ask a question on the current motion, which is amendment number 1, or do you want me to put you in the queue on the main motion?
I want to ask, put me in the queue for the main motion.
Okay.
Speaker Delegate Otto.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Otto. So,
Good morning. Yes, could
Who's yours?
I, under the second, I guess, the amendment, we're on amendment number 1, and I'm going to ask the motioning party to modify their amendment to add on legislation 0010-22 to the agenda. Thank you. Go on mute.
okay, Honorable Otto. So again, 0011.
0010-22 to be added to the agenda.
Okay,
Modifying. Thank you.
Honorable Otto. So at this time, I currently, as the motioning party, as you're requesting as of right now, I do not have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee in order for us to go ahead and accept that to put it on the agenda at this time, Honorable Otto. So
Thank you very much.
there has been a request of that, though. Mr. Rico, maybe you could give an update.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, we have not, legislative tracking has not received the committee report for that legislation. And also the other legislations that were on the Budget and Finance Committee agenda on Tuesday. That includes, and I know Chairman Daniel So is also going to request for 0011-22, which we also do not have a committee report on. But as soon as we get it, I will let the committee know. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go back to the motion. Any other further comments on amendment number 1? Madam Chair Charles Newman, let me go to the floor and then or let me go turn the floor over to you, and then I'll go on to Chairman Daniel. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Just an FYI, Speaker, I am driving back from the Western Agency. I had the privilege and honor of meeting with the Page High School students here last night. I'm on my way back to Shiprock, so I'll be in and out of reception area. But my question is, do we have another NABI scheduled for next week as well? Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, just to answer your question, yes, we have another NABI next Thursday.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I do have a legislation that is ready for NABI. I'll go ahead and wait till next week, and I'll add it then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And colleagues, that was just to let everybody know that today's special meeting was in lieu of last Thursday's, because there was a recommendation that none of the legislations were going to be available. So that's the reason why today's having a special meeting. But we are having a special session next Thursday. And most likely there is talks about having a special session, colleagues, within the next 2 weeks in order to pass a couple of the legislations in order for us to go ahead and send them across the street for the president's approval. But I haven't got a formal request in writing yet. So as soon as we get that, we'll let all the colleagues know. With that, Chairman Pino, good morning.
Good morning, Senator. 24th Nomination Council. Just for information, I did sign the committee reports late Tuesday evening and had submitted them back in. I had put them back in my box because it was after hours. So maybe if the staff could check, it might still be in my box. But I did sign them for your information. Also, question, is 000422 committee report ready too?
Mr. Rico, I don't see that one on my listing. Could you?
Morning, Speaker. That is in the same situation as the other ones. It's listed around there 0010-22.
Oh, okay. And so is 0013, 0011, 0010, and 0004 are all in that same position. Correct?
That's correct, Speaker.
Great. Chairman, we'll have somebody go check. I think they're already doing that right now as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time on amendment number 1?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I guess this is a two-part question and then request. The first one is to confirm that this amending motion is just to delete legislation 722 at this time, isn't adding any other legislations. And then second is to add legislation 3122 to the agenda as the new item A, and have you exercise your authority as speaker under nomination law and the rules of the committees to permit that legislation to go straight to NABI. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Just to confirm your first question, yes, as of right now, amendment number 1 is just to delete 0007-22. The formal request on legislation 0031-22 to assign that legislation direct to Nabi, I'm going to have to give me 1 minute to answer that question. While I'm answering that question, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time on Amendment 1?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so put me on the queue for the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the Honorable Slater, just to answer your question on legislation 0031-22. That request came in to reconfigure the recommendation and have that go to strictly to Naabik'íyáti committee. Unfortunately, Honorable Slater, at this time, I can review that while we're debating a couple of these legislations, and I can get back to you here shortly in order for us to make sure if that does get recommended. Again, just in talking directly to Office Legislative Counsel, there was a recommendation to go to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, but I'm still needing that recommendation on why it goes there if this is just a position statement for the nation. So let me get back to you, Honorable Slater, on that one.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
On the main motion or
On the amendment.
Oh, okay. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask my little brother and colleagues, Yate, good morning, colleagues, if I could add a report to the agenda. The report would be given by the Navajo Area Indian Health Service. It's related to the Purchase Referred Care Program, or what used to be termed as Contract Health. An update to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I think it's a very important report that we all need to hear. And I know it's just involving the federal sites. The 638s would not be included in this report, but it's just for the federal sites that we currently have on the Navajo Nation through the Navajo area. They are ready to go. If that's if I'm in standing, Speaker, to make that request to my little brother, Honorable Stewart. Thank you.
Okay. There's a request to modify, to add on Amendment 1, a report from the Navajo Nation Area Office, IHS, regarding the program
Purchase-
formerly known as Contract Health, which was continued work
It's
care or
purchase referred care.
purchase
PRC.
referred care.
Yeah.
Get a formal update on all the area hospitals except the 638 programs. All right. That, Honorable Stewart, there's a motion to modify your amendment.
Tele, Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank
Speaker.
you. That, Honorable Freeland,
Chairman.
good with the modification.
Yes, Speaker, and you can take me out of the main motion. Thank you.
All right. Yes, was that Chairman Daniel So?
Yes, I have a question. The motion is
Yes,
to delete.
on Amendment 1.
Yes, a motion to delete legislation. And then now there's a request to add. Could we take Amendment 1 by itself first? Then afterwards, then Amendment 2 could address items to add to the agenda. That would be my question.
Chairman, in the past, there's been a recommendation for modification. And in this case, Honorable Freeland has asked the motioning party to modify the amendment, which was raised by Honorable Wilson Stewart in the first place on the deletion of legislation 0007-22. In that, Honorable Freeland has asked for that modification to add on a report, and as a motioning party, Honorable Stewart had the right to obtain that and add that on to his motion or deny that on his motion. And in this case, he accepted it. So it's up to the motioning party on what they need to do in order for them to go ahead and accept that, Chairman. So if there is a request from yourself right now to ask Chairman, well, in this case, Honorable Freeland, to reconsider adding that on and doing that on a second amendment, that's your right as a member of the Naabik'íyáti committee, or asking Honorable Stewart to delete that off his amendment and change his amendment just back to the original intent, which was deleting legislation 0007-22. Chairman, so those are your options. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? If there's none, Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Almer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Keel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Is excused.
Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates in favor and 0 delegates who oppose, with 2 delegates, including yourself, not voting.
Okay, 21 in favor, 0 opposed.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I'll vote green.
Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 22 delegates in favor.
Thank you.
22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on back to the main motion. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Yes, Chair, Seth Damon, other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, legislative staff, and all the folks on the call. at to kwagi klato I agenda so the klato bido so yeah amendment number 2 by motion is later. In the report section, I'd like to receive a report from Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. There are several road projects that are both funded. And in each of those projects, Navajo Nation Department of Transportation, they aren't signing up as the applicant. And I'd like to see, get a report from Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Department of Transportation, and our legislative council. Receive a report on why NDOT isn't signing on to be the applicant. And who, the other is, it begs the question, who is qualified to be an applicant? Because a lot of these projects are based on chapter resolutions and priorities set by groups of chapters. And then this amendment would also include the adding of legislation 0004 220010 -22, as well as 0011-22. To my motion to amend the agenda. Thank you, Speaker / Chair. Thank you.
Chairman, just so the staffers needs to clarify and contact NDOT. Are you suggesting, or are you saying when you mean the applicant, are you meaning why is NDOT not the lead agent on some of these road projects that are going on the nation currently?
Yes, in the forms, there's a blank under it. It says applicant. And in different presentations, like there's 8 chapters that meant to set their road priorities, and one of them, 7128, is destined to be improved, but Navajo Nation Department of Transportation doesn't want to be the applicant. The other is, it goes back years, County Road 19 has NDOT funding, but they named McKinley County as the lead agent, and it's a problem for that area because everything is sitting over at McKinley County Roads Department, and the rest of us are just sitting at the roadside, either having already been slid off the road. That's a figure of speech. And progress on fixing County Road 19 in the Casimiro Lake Little Water area is a problem, as well as the other projects. N474, N46, County Road 7128, I see it as a problem, and I don't know if the rest of the areas across the Navajo Nation are encountering that same problem, and that's why I'm wanting to put it on a report. And if we don't reach it today, perhaps next week's special session could also be there. And to give everybody a chance to, let's put it on the agenda for next week so that we can get a written report, but the report would be on the agenda for presentation for next week. I would give those agencies time to research. Chair, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairman and staff. You heard those requests and to NDOT and Department of Justice and Legislative Council. So we'll make sure that report is on the agenda next Thursday. Honorable Chairman Daniel. So, but at that though, the motion is still raised. So on amendment number 2, and Mr. Rico, did we get those committee reports for 04, 10, and 11, 22?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the reports were sent out at 10:40. And just for clarification, are we deleting, is this amendment number 2 just to add the 3 legislations and no other report, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll add this report to next week's NABI. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. All right. And with that, there's a motion by Chairman Daniel. So is there a second?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you. Now, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to amendment number 2?
Okay, Eugene.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Eugene. So,
On that request for the report from INVA, if the Arizona is not included, I wish that would be included too as well. Thank you.
okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2?
This is Delegate Henio.
Chairman Henio, good afternoon, or good morning again.
Hey, good morning to this Chairman Daniel for making that motion to add legislations to the agenda. Just one question for Legislative Council. During being the Budget Finance Committee meeting, there was a request for an amendment from OLC for 004-22. Since it's going to be at Naabik'íyáti today, and I was just wondering if that amendment has been researched and ready for presentation from Ms. Barba. That's a question I have. And after that, I'll have a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Legislative Council?
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Yes, the amendment was developed with DOJ's input, and it was sent to Delegate Elmer Brigade this morning, probably about 20 minutes ago. So it is ready. Chairman Henio, I asked Ms. Tapaye to also send you a copy of the amendment. So it's good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go back to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with it.
Great. That colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? There's none.
Speaker.
Speaker?
Yes. Yes.
For the record, you want me to read those legislations into the record?
Oh, yes. Oh. Yes, just read the headings into the record for all three of them.
Thank you, Speaker. Tracking number 0004-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $3,600,000 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to the Division of Community Development for the upgrade replacement of a high voltage electricity system for Rama Navajo School Board Incorporated and Pine Hill School. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo. Tracking number 0010-22 is an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving and authorizing the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety and the State of Utah Department of Public Safety. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Tracking number 0011-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the charter of Diné College 10 NNC Section 2001 to 2023. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, there's no other further comments or questions at this time. Not. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati.
Kadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, the vote, you have 22 delegates who vote in favor, 0 who oppose, and 1 delegate who is excused with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for that. Votes, colleagues. With that, favor of 21 in favor, 0 opposed.
Speaker, that's 22 in favor.
22 in favor, 0 opposed, with 1 excuse and chair not voting. A motion carries. Thank you very much, colleagues, on amendment number 2. With that, let me go back to, before we go on to Honorable Slater, just to answer your question, Honorable Slater, about legislation 0031-22. The speaker does have that right to appoint the legislation directly to Naabik'íyáti committee, but in this case, due to the requirements, it would be actually making precedents and overstepping health education, human services authority. And that's the reason why it's going to SE first. And I know that that's one of the reasons why that the committee, your committee, and your members on HESI today are meeting at noon in order for you to take action on that, Honorable Slater. I would not like to take precedence in doing that. I did not get any formal letter from the chairman stating that that's the direction that the chairman would like to take, or a majority of the committee members that would like to take that avenue. If it was in that case, then I'd be more than likely to do that. But in this case, Honorable Slater, there hasn't been a formal request in order for the speaker to take any action on that. So, and it does state in there that Health Education and Human Services does make the recommendation to the Naabik'íyáti committee. And that's something that was followed by and drafted. And that's the reason why Office of Legislative Services drafted the legislation the way it is. Thank you, Honorable Slater, for that question. Honorable Slater, you're on the main motion now. Floor is yours.
Speaker, would it be possible to do an informal survey of the HES committee right now and see if they would consent to adding it to the agenda?
this is an emergency situation that's going to affect the vast majority of Navajo students who are educated in the Arizona State public education system on and adjacent to the reservation. We're going to lose tens of millions of dollars in funding for them if we don't get the Senate to vote on this. The House has voted on it. The Senate needs to vote on it. They don't have the votes right now. And I think that the Navajo Nation passing a NABI resolution establishing its position could help budge some of those votes. I understand your respect for protocol, but you have the power as the speaker to assign committees for legislation as you've done in the past. For example, the infrastructure bill under ARPA right now only went to NABI and full council. And in my mind, this is a greater emergency at this time for us to ensure that our students receive adequate funding over this next year. So that's, I guess I'll make the motion right now to add it. And if we get to second, it gets to second. If it doesn't, then the committee can convene at 12. But that's my request at this time. This is an emergency situation, and there are dire repercussions for the Senate not acting in the state of Arizona.
Honorable Slater, and unfortunately, to follow protocol, I would not even recognize a motion to add the legislation on, as it is indicated to go to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee first. So it would not be able to be acted on here. I would need a committee report. But what you did indicate is that if you and the committee did recognize and get on another call, and the chairman did notify me that he did have or you notified me that you have a majority as the vice chair of your colleagues on Health, Education, and Human Services, I would put that into consideration. But again, I have not received a letter. As in the past, I have received certain letters from committees to say that that's okay. Again, I just don't want to overstep the committee's responsibility and the protocol in order for us to go ahead and move forward. If there's any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time. On the main motion.
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, again, good morning.
Good morning.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have an amendment, Amendment 3 or Amendment 2. If you could go ahead and remove item C, requesting to remove item C 0016-22 to next week off the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
00, so you just want to defer that to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. 0016-22. With that, colleagues, as you can see, 0016-22 is sponsored by Honorable Freeland. It is on the current agenda right now, and the motion is just to delete or actually move this to the next meeting's agenda. A motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second, colleagues?
Second, Charles Newman.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Loon. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, good morning, Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the prayers this morning, Delegate Daniels. Speaker, I'd like to ask the motioning party if they could amend their motion to include at the end of the agenda a date where we can schedule the work session for 0257-21. That's the ARPA or Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery. There's a need, Speaker, to see if the chapter projects that were submitted into the DCD portal were reviewed by DOJ, and if that could be sent to the delegates so that we know what projects are considered eligible. Thank you, Speaker. And to the motioning party, if you can just add that so we could set a date for a work session and continue those discussions so that we are ready to move forward on behalf of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, that would be a new item under new business. Just setting a date for a work session, Naabik'íyáti committee work session on legislation 0257-21. That's a request to modify.
Speaker Adot Shemayaja, thank you for that very important modification. I definitely concur. Thank you.
Okay, that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton as a second.
I'm fine with that. Thank you, Speaker. Did you hear me, Speaker? Hello?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did.
Hello?
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, colleagues, there is a motion now on amendment number 3 to delete actually refer legislation 0016-22 until the next meeting. And then also adding on adding under new business, set a date to hold a Naabik'íyáti committee work session regarding legislation 0257-21. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on the motion at this time? If there's none, let's go to the board on amendment number 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
I would get Paul Gable votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates in favor, 0 who oppose, 2 delegates, including yourself, who didn't vote, and 1 delegate who is excused.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on on amendment number 2. Okay, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the main motion? Twice.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning again. What is yours on
Hi,
the
good
main
morning.
motion?
Thank you, Speaker. On the main motion, I just wanted to ask, Speaker, I'll need to be excused at 1 o'clock to attend the National Congress of American Indians Violence Against Native Women Task Force meeting. And so I just wanted to say that for the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Speaker, Otto So.
Do we know? Yes, Otto So on the main motion.
Yes, I would like to propose amendment number, whatever amendment number where we're on.
Amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4. It's easy, to address legislations first, then we'll go into reports. That's all. That's my motion. Thank you.
To address the legislations first.
That's
Okay,
correct.
to go, so new business and old business, new business, and then receiving reports. That, colleagues, there's a motion to address the legislations first and then reports. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 4? There's none. Go to board on amendment number 4.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja Delegate Cardi votes green.
Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Speaker not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable
I vote
Pernell
green, I'm
Helona.
sorry.
Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote?
Helona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Recknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. With that, you have 22 delegates in favor and 0 who oppose, and 1 delegate excused, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on amendment number 4. That, colleagues, we are back at the main motion. Any further discussion? Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, could you do a second reading?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have 4 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to delete legislation 0007-22 off the agenda and also add a report report by the Navajo Area Indian Health Services on their continued work on the purchase referred care, formerly known as Contract Healthcare Services. Presentation provided by Ms. Rosalind So, Area Director. Amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0004-22, 0010-22, 0011-22 to the agenda. And also to note for the record that a report will be by NDOT, Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and Office of Legislative Counsel will be added to the Naabik'íyáti Committee next Thursday. Amendment number 3 is to delete legislation 0016-22 off the agenda and to add as new item E under new business, schedule a Naabik'íyáti Committee work session to address legislation 0257-21, tabling motion to schedule a date. Amendment number 4 is to modify the agenda to hear the legislation's new business prior to reports. So the agenda would read item number 4, review and adopt the journals. Item number 5, new business. Item number 6, receive reports. Item number 7, old business. Item number 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Yeah, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati.
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes
Delegate
green.
Jan votes green. Jan votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Yes. Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James also votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote
Yes.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have an agenda before us. So let's continue on down on our agenda. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals dated January 20th and 21st, 2022. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Motion by Chairman Rick Nez. Second by Honorable Edison Juanica to accept it. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the journals at this time? And Mr. Rico, when did those get sent out?
Speaker, the journal was sent out yesterday at 4:45
Okay,
PM.
thank you. Again, colleagues, any comments, questions? If there are none, let's go to the board to accept the reports.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay, who votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
No, Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is Dr.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates in favor with 0 opposed and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, we did amend our agenda to hear the reports first. So item number 5 is old business. There are none. Item number 7, new business. Let's go to item number 8 under new business, legislation 0252-21, which is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland. That, Vice Chair Smith, you do have 20 minutes on the board.
Speaker.
Yes.
I can read the legislation into the record real quick.
Oh, yes, sorry. Jumping ahead of ourselves here. Mr. Rico, go ahead, read it into the record, and then we'll go to, I'll ask for a motion in a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0252-21, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,962,149 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources for drought mitigation for the Navajo Nation's Colorado ranches. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. There are 2 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommended do pass with 1 amendment. Amendment number 1, throughout legislation 0252-21, amend the amount overstrike $1,962,149 and change to $1,862,149. Amendments are to be made on page 1, line 13, page 2, line 27, and page 3, lines 14, 16, 19, and 22. 2, exchange Exhibit B with new Exhibit B, which reflects the change in total from $1,962,149 to $1,862,149. 3, page 3, line 13, insert new paragraph F as follows. New paragraph F, new language underscore. The Office of Management and Budget has issued a memorandum dated December 2nd, 2021. The memorandum is attached as Exhibit E, end of new language. 4, insert Exhibit E, which is the memorandum dated December 2nd, 2021 from the Office of Management and Budget. 5, renumber, related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes technical and conforming edits to this legislation to correct errors. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that reports, recommends that it do pass without amendment. There is a note, December 21st, 2021, agenda item, tabling motion made by Honorable Amber Canazba Cradis, second by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, to the vote of 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Main motion, see, that is a tabling motion for 60 days related to public comments. Colorado Ranch Enterprises directed to seek alternative resources, i.e. CDFI and Division of Economic Development Business Funds. Legislation was referred to Naabik'íyáti. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
I'm yellow here. Is there a second? Second by Chairman Henio. That, thank you. Are there any comments, questions on legislation 0252-21? This legislation goes to council, colleagues.
Question.
Hey, that. Vice Chair Smith, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Chairman Damon and Untitled Committee, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening abroad. This is a legislation that was requested many months ago, last year. And we went out there and visited the ranch. And however, it finally filtered through the system and it's here. I had a teleconference with a speaker, and I know that there's a moratorium on this legislation. Well, not this legislation, but the is this in Kinigi, UUFB? And I did speak to the speaker about this on behalf of this. I was wondering if a speaker had he recommended that there be an amendment to this legislation to keep it alive, but to also have it ready for a different source of funding. Speaker, I know we got a motion and a second on this, and there is questions on behalf of this legislation, but that's my question on behalf of that. I know that last week we were supposed to have a Naabik'íyáti meeting, and that's when I posed this question to you, and the consensus was between you and I that there would be amendment ready for this to not dip into the UUFB, but to set it aside for now. I was wondering where that's at, Speaker or Chair Damon.
Thank you for that. I have not heard anything back from Office of Legislative Council yet, Vice Chair Smith. So I don't know if that the language is ready.
Thank you, Chairman Damon. On behalf of that response on the language, with your leadership on this legislation, Shinanta, Chairman Damon, what's your recommendation on this? Because this will go to the next level without that language changing. Do we wait till Navajo Nation Council to do this, or do we wait for the language? Could we maybe set this aside for now, or we'll need a little bit of guidance from your leadership there, Shinanta?
It would be your recommendation as a sponsor of the legislation, Vice Chair Smith, to move forward on this legislation and have amendments done at council, or if you just like to leave it here for leadership to voice their concerns and opinions on it. But at this time, I don't know if there's a language available. I know that there was talk about a possible legislation amendment to create a reserve fund for this due to the fact that there was funding that takes a while for it to come down in order for us to have any kind of immediate funds available for drought mitigation. But again, that's something that would still be having to be amended, and it would be at your discretion as you're the sponsor of the legislation, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that leadership response on behalf of this legislation. I'd rather have that language in there because I know there's a moratorium on the UUFB, and even if we pass it, the moratorium hasn't been lifted. Therefore, more than likely, this will be vetoed, and all that work we have done and all that we have put in the efforts of trying to help our colleagues within the ranches within the Colorado purchase of the lands of the drought issue up there. Shannon, I'd like to respectfully request that this be set aside until the language is drafted so that we could entertain a language. So Chairman Damon, I'd like to request motioning parties to withdraw it and then until the language is developed. And if it's developed today, then re-entertain it today. If not, we could do it next week on Naabik'íyáti. Shannon.
And there's a request to withdraw the motion party. Actually, there's two ways. The one of them that is this legislation. I do not, Mr. Rico, this legislation has not been tabled, correct?
No, Speaker, it has not been tabled yet.
Okay, so there's two ways that this could happen. One of them is that someone could motion to table legislation 00. Or the other recommendation was that it would be for the motioning parties to withdraw their motion. And then I'd ask for a motion, and if there's no motion, this legislation will automatically get deferred back to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting.
This is Genio. I withdraw my second.
Okay, let's withdraw in a second. First, Chairman, our Honorable Yell here. Honorable Yell here.
I withdraw my name. Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah.
That colleagues, is there a motion at this time? One twice.
One twice.
Motion by Chairman Hino.
Motion by Chairman. No, I'm sorry. I was talking on my other phone. Sorry.
Motion going twice.
Yellow hair, well, motion.
That, colleagues, is a motion. Is there a second? Going twice.
Speaker, point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I point to the rules of decorum. The two delegates just withdrew their motion and now are motioning again. Can we get some order onto this meeting and maybe clarify when there's a motioning party what they're motioning on? Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, the question here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can, Speaker.
Honorable Yellow Hair. You just withdrew your motion and now you're putting a motion back on the table. But the request was to withdraw your motion so that this legislation could move forward to next week's as a request from the sponsor. So do you still want to hold a motion?
No,
Your main
I'm sorry
motion.
about that one. I'd like to withdraw my name.
Okay, thank you. That colleagues, is there a motion? Is there a motion on legislation 0252-21 at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. That. Moving on down. We did delete item number 0007 and 0016-21 or -22 off the agenda. So now, colleagues, we are on legislation 004-22. That, Mr. Rico, could you read in legislation 0004-22 to the record?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0004-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $3,600,000 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to the Division of Community Development for the upgrade and replacement of a high voltage electricity system for Rema Navajo School Board Incorporated in Pine Hill School. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass and no amendment. There is also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with 1 amendment. Amendment number one on page 1 at lines 14 to 15, after the word "the," strike overstrike unreserved undesignated fund balance and replace with citizen fund. On page 2, starting at line 6, delete the remainder of paragraph D and the entirety of paragraph E as follows. Overstrike. The Navajo Nation Council may adopt and approve supplemental appropriations to the annual comprehensive budget during the fiscal year. Supplemental appropriations of general funds within the current fiscal year are permitted if and when additional sources of revenue above and beyond the initial or current revenue projections are projected, and which are also in excess of the reserve amount set forth at section 820J 212 NNC section 820L end of overstrike paragraph E as well. The restrictions on supplemental appropriations include: 1, supplemental appropriations from non-recurring revenues shall be approved only for non-recurring expenses. 12 NNC section 820F, the controller determines which revenues are recurring and which are non-recurring. 12 NNC section 820L. 2, the Navajo Nation shall budget all recurring operating expenses, including capital maintenance costs from recurring revenues, and long-term debt shall not be used to finance recurring operating expenses. 12 NNC section 820E. 3, the Navajo Nation Code further provides non-recurring revenues will be budgeted only after an examination by the controller to determine whether or not the revenues are subsidized in an imbalance between recurring revenues and expenditures may be authorized only if a long-term 3 to 5 year forecast shows that the operating deficit will continue. Otherwise, non-recurring revenues will be added to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. This provision may be amended or waived by a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council. 12 NNC section 820F. 4, all requests for supplemental funding shall be submitted to the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, for budget and impact analysis. 12 NNC section 820M, end of overstrike. 3, on page 2, line 6, after the deletions above, insert the following new sections. New paragraph E. E, the Navajo Nation Code at 12 NNC, Section 2502, as amended by CJA 03 provides that the purpose of the Navajo Nation Citizen Funds is as follows. Section 2502, Purpose A, the purpose of this fund are to provide financial support and or financing for one, the planning and development of economic development and regional infrastructure supporting economic development and community development, including such infrastructure as, but not limited to, housing, commercial and government buildings, water, solid waste management development, power line projects, and transportation and communication systems within the Navajo Nation. B, for the purpose of Section 2502A1, fund expenditures for infrastructure shall not be limited by 12 NNC Section 1310F or TCD CJY-77-99. Paragraph C, leveraging the fund by way of guaranteeing loans, match funding, direct funding in part, and other weighted uses of the fund, including loan financing from the fund for the purpose of Section 2502A1 shall be favored over direct funding in a whole. New paragraph F, the Citizen Fund provides that fund principal shall consist of all deposits made to the Citizen Fund, and that fund income shall consist of all earnings, interest, dividends, etc., generated and realized by the fund principal, and that Citizen Fund income shall be deposited in and added to the fund principal until such time as a fund expenditure plan is duly approved. 12 NNC Section 2504 and Section 2505C. Paragraph G, the Citizen Fund provides that fund principal and income shall not be expended except pursuant to the fund expenditure plan consistent with the purpose set forth in Section 2502 of this chapter and adopted by a 2/3 vote of all members of the Nomination Council. 12 NNC Section 2505A, end of new language. 4, on page 2, line 30, after the word the, delete overstrike unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB and insert new language Citizen Fund. 5, on page 3, lines 15 and 17, delete UUFB. 6, on page 3, line 18, after the word in, delete overstrike in email dated December 2nd, 2021, end of overstrike and insert new language, a memorandum dated January 31st, 2022. 7, replace the current Exhibit F with the new Exhibit F memorandum from Dominic Biel, Executive Director of the Office of Management Budget dated January 31st, 2022. 8, on page 3, line 20, delete overstrike UUFB and insert Citizen Fund. 9, page 3, at line 21, after development, insert new language and approving the Pine Hill School Project Expenditure Plan, end of new language. 10, on page 3, line 22, at the very beginning of paragraph A, insert in accordance with 12 NNC Section 2505A, overstrike capital T, insert lowercase t in the Navajo Nation hereby allocates. 11, on page 3, at line 22, delete UUFB and insert Citizen Fund. 12, on page 3, starting at lines 27 to 29, delete the entirety of paragraph B as follows. Overstrike all of paragraph B, or overstrike B. This $3,600,000 supplemental appropriation shall be from the funds that exceed the minimum fund reserve balance in the UUFB required by 12 NNC Section 820J as determined by the controller, end of overstrike. 13, on page 3 at line 30 and on page 4, lines 1 through 3, delete the entirety of paragraph C as follows. Overstrike paragraph C pursuant to 12 NNC Section 820N, the supplemental appropriation shall expire and any funds not expended or encumbered by DCD for the high voltage line project by midnight on September 30th, 2022 shall revert to the UUFB unless the Nomination Council determines otherwise, end of overstrike. 14, on page 3, starting at line 27, after the deletion above, insert the following new paragraphs. New paragraph B underscore new, this is new language. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the implementation and administration of the expenditure plan for the Pine Hill School Project as described in exhibits A through F attached hereto. C, the Citizen funds allocated for Pine Hill school project may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC Section 1300 EDSEC as amended, using citizen fund earnings for repayment or financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and further approval by a 2/3 vote of all members of the Navajo Nation Council. D, the Navajo Nation Controller shall determine whether the source of the annual allocations for the total amount of $3,600,000 approved herein will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income, or a combination of both. E, the citizen fund for the Pine Hill School project shall be dispersed to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, within 30 calendar days after the effective date of this legislation. The DCD shall then disperse the citizen funds according to specific drawdown requests and instructions submitted to DCD for this project. F, the Rama Navajo School Board Incorporated and Pine Hill School shall be responsible for carrying out and implementing this proposed project in accordance with its expenditure plan approved herein. The citizen funding shall be used solely to design, plan, construct, install, and purchase equipment for the Pine Hill School project as described in the exhibits A through F attached here too. G, any and all savings of funds shall be returned to the citizen fund principal once the Pine Hill School project has been completed or upon reversion deadline in section 3H below. H, the citizen fund allocated for the Pine Hill School project shall not lapse on an annual basis pursuant to 12 NNC section 820N. However, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the date that funds are provided to DCD shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource and Development and the Naabik'íyáti committees of the Navajo Nation Council. I, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed in the $3,600,000 amount allocated in this legislation from prospective funds available to the Navajo Nation and from any and all state, federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief in compliance with the eligibility requirements under federal and Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and guidance. End of new language. 15 on page 4, line 6, delete overstrike 2 NNC section 221B and 2 NNC section 164A 17 and insert new language 12 NNC section 2505. 16, replace the existing exhibit A with new exhibit A appendix K dated February 1st, 2022. 17, replace the existing exhibit C with new exhibit C budget forms dated February 1st, 2022. 18, renumber letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors consistent with the committee's intent in approving this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. Legislation, in regards to this amendment, Speaker, we do not have any new exhibits attached to this committee report. Legislation is referred to Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0004-21. Is there a motion?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on 0004-21?
Question, delegate.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Let me go on to the sponsor, Chairman Hino.
Gashin Shinanta, Speaker Damon, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti, Shinanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. County Tlonidi, Bini the Bahela National Ayakat. Adam and the legislation for the Datos Exposing 0004/21, 22. The Navajo the Raymond Navajo School Board. / Pine Hill Schools. Ya Craggy saying that on. Joe Bible. Kodoya Navajo Nation Council with Dato. Yandi Katano. Craggy fight Habadi. These things about Nico with legislation. So ya Kade Hot. So hold on. I have my regular chapter meeting going on. So, but anyway, so with this legislation, and it's a long-standing issue with this electrical shortage issue on the Pine Hill School campus, which affects the education of 400 students, K-12 students, within the Pine Hill, Rama area. And there are also students that come in from south of Gallup, and then also from Zuni that go to school at Pine Hill, and also from the Rama town too. So there's the educational system set up along with the Head Start program, and then along with the Pine Hill Clinic, and then also behavioral health and so forth. And also the main water system is also located on the Pine Hill School campus. And this electricity is the main power behind the water pumps and everything. So when this issue comes about, it affects the livelihood and the education of the people that live within the Pine Hill community. And so my agent, the superintendent of Pine Hill Schools, Mr. David Nez, is on the line with me. Also, the director of the facility management, Mr. Wiley Clausen, is also on the line with me. And so there was an amendment made at via Budget Finance. Originally, the intent was to go for undesignated UUSB funds. But then again, the amendment was changed to where it comes out of citizen funds. And with the idea that this will be reimbursed through ARPA. And the question would be is how come this is not part of the ARPA? Well, the thing is that there is a application that's sitting over at community development right now as we speak. And the Pine Hill Raymond Navajo School Board, they submitted an application to community development, but it has not been reviewed. And when I started inquiring about it, DOJ does not have anything. Has not seen it. So right now, it's uncertain whether it will move forward to become part of ARPA or not. Even in Naabik'íyáti, we decided we'll just go this route here because this is sort of an emergency for the community of Pine Hill as far as when it comes to electrical shortages. So not to take any more time away from my agent, I'd like to have him explain it to the committee as what the dilemma is. So Mr. David Nez, are you on the line?
Chair, Speaker, and committee members, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council. David Nez, I'm the superintendent and principal for Pine Hill Schools. We have a Head Start here. We have a FACE program, elementary K through 5th. We have a middle school, and we also have a high school. Although we're a satellite reservation, so we're away from the greater Navajo Nation. And in this community, we're in a rural area south of Gallup. We don't have too many amenities and services out here. This is self-contained campus here. And on our campus, we have the school, and we also have the Pine Hill Health Clinic, behavioral health, higher education, staff housing, and the electricity comes in from Continental Divide, and it comes onto the campus, and then from there, the BIA owns some of this system, and part of it is under IHS. This electricity is here, but it's all just one system. And out of that system, there's they call it there's 3 circuits in there. There's Circuit 3. Circuit 3A, you have Pine Hill Health Clinic, Behavioral Health, Adult Education. Auto Circuit 2A, you have Staff Housing and Central Administration Building. And Circuit 1 is for the schools, the ones that I just named. And most of those are BIA owned. This electrical system was installed back in the 1970s. So it has outlived its useful life. The other part is there is no record that the BIA had ever inspected this this system which they had owned. And we had a major electrical outage on June 25th, 2020. All the lights went out. We called in the Continental Divide to take a look at it, and they found some major issues with the system. So they called in another company that happened to be in the area who specialized in high voltage electrical system, and they came in in the middle of the night. And so the next morning they called me over and they said, you have some major issues here we want you to take a look at. So they identified some major issues that they said was a threat to life, safety, and property. The main thing was that most of the system no longer had grounding cable. They call it the concentric neutral. They had completely corroded away. The other issue was the system is underground, and there's manholes that are supposed to be 10 foot by 10 foot, but they were only 4 feet by 4 feet, and they were half full of water. We had high voltage wires that are underwater, even right now as I speak. The other part was they call it mole racks, which holds the high voltage wires to the sides of the manholes. Those had completely rusted away, and all the high voltage wires were just dangling there. There's exposed wiring on the secondary side of the transformers. Right outside my building where I'm sitting right now, there's some transformer boxes that they said were rated for indoor use, but they're being used outside for the last 50 years. And there's exposed wire. If you stick your finger in there, you could be electrocuted. There's electrical panels and switch gears that have failed or are failing, and they do not meet the national educational requirements. There's no overcurrent protections on many of the buildings. And then also at the transfer station, there's what they call a high pot test. It shows you how many times that this system has tripped, and it is in the hundreds. Usually it's only like 1 or 2, but this one is in the hundreds. We have grounding cables that are non-existent. Illegal panel boards and switch gear are being used on campus. And that's the one I said that was rated for indoor use, but they're being used for on the outside. Also, water has gotten into the conduit, which they call raceways. So even in our conduit that are underground, they're full of water too, and you can see it where the cable boxes are. There's water coming out of it. So the other thing that was reported to us was if we were in a municipality like Gallup, Albuquerque, or Santa Fe, we would have been red flagged and we would have been shut down immediately until the repairs were made to this system. We reported this to the BIA DFMC office with Gabriel Draper, and they refused to deem this an emergency. They said anything emergency has to be under $100,000. So it did not meet their category. This whole thing needs to be replaced, and it's a very dangerous situation. Some of the manholes were electrified, and when the company went on there to open it, they were getting shocked by electrical currents. So we had to put temporary fence around it, put some tarp on it, put some dirt on top of it. And when we did that, the BIA said we had taken care of the safety issue, and which was only a temporary fix. So the BIA, who owned the system, has refused to come out here and meet with us. And we wanted to have them come out here and so we could show them where the issues were. Instead, they sent one person with a clipboard. He had no equipment. He had no tools or anything. He walked around looking at some of the buildings from the outside, and he had to ask one of the contractor that was on site to open some of the manholes for him. He made a report, which he took back to Albuquerque, and to this day, BIA is going by that report. It is incomprehensive. It is incomplete. It does not show the true nature of what is really out here. The company that we hired, 4G Electric and T&D Electrical, they work with the NTUA, and they have done many projects on the Navajo Nation. They set up that transfer station out in Pinon. So they have a good reputation. They came out here when they assessed our system. They spent up to 2 weeks with major equipment, testing equipment. So they tested all the cables, the switch gears, the boxes, transfer station, everything, and they gave us a complete report. And this report shows that this is a dangerous system that is going to fail completely. It's not a matter of if, it's going to be when. So we put in a funding proposal for the first funding of the Navajo Nation CARES Act funding that came out last summer. And we were awarded $3.5 million to fix Circuit 2 and 3, which we have done. And we met the deadline, which was December 30th of 2020. So we completely got that done. We worked with Mr. Edekai from the Community Development Division. Since then, we relied on DFMC BIA to fund this portion of the project. And like I said, they have not been here, and they would have refused to fund it, even though they put $3.5 million in the Maximo system. They said it was approved, but then they came out on a teleconference. They said approved doesn't necessarily mean it's approved. So to this day, we have not had any help from them. We reached out to our congressional delegates, Mr. Martin Heinrich, Senator Udall, Mr. Lujan, and they sent letters to DFMC. We even reached out to the Tony Dearman from the BIA National Director, and none of this have gone to no avail. DFMC has continued to say that this is not an emergency. And some of the things that's happening right now is because of the unstable current. We have high voltage, where it goes really high and then it goes really low, and it's burning out the motors on the HVAC system here in the school. So we have to keep replacing those motors. The other thing that it does is when this happens, it trips our pump to our well water. So the whole campus goes without water. We have to shut down school. We have to take students home because there's no water. Bus students home from the dormitory, and wait for the water pressure to build back up. And also at the school, it has burnt out server boards for the computer. It even has burned out some computers, real sensitive equipment. So we have to keep replacing these things. And at first we were wondering why this was happening. But since this began, with the help with the engineers, this is what we have identified was causing all these issues to happen. Because of the emergency and safety issues, also, we reported this to Navajo Nation OSHA. And we don't know where the report is on that, because they said they were going to contact DFMC with BIA. And because this is an immediate threat to safety and life, and also for the education of our students here with the numerous days that they have missed due to no electricity or no water on campus. We are reaching out to the Navajo Nation to fund this project so we can get it completed in Circuit 1, so we can continue to provide services to the education of our students, and also to all the other services that we provide here on campus. And what we want to do is we want to go back to DFMC and tell them to reimburse the Navajo Nation because they didn't do their job in the beginning. So this has brought up some other issues that were discussed also with the Budget and Finance Committee, and that's how those amendments were added. Ako kodo shikedo shitenational ayego nahot iun shikaz out ekwe over obahatzit this electrical system. Ako atskilo shikedo nish atskilo kun yat eo nada inish do lish ado eden hinshkla eden hinshkla. It gets in the way of many things. We can't just concentrate on educating. All of a sudden, the computers aren't working again. All of a sudden, the heater's out again. So we're pleading to you. Jamie Heaney, what are Ashon Qued, not so later Aden, what are you be Yan Chidokon Yahas, been Hussens, and Hachinakon Bussens, WD, no, what are Yan Chitaton, not sauce. And I would like to give a couple minutes to my facility manager. He's been dealing with this for the whole time, 2 years. Wally Clausen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio. Your 20 minutes is up now.
Shane, that was a pretty good, comprehensive explanation. If there are any questions, more questions, I will defer to the other agent, Mr. Wiley Clausen Bakaria. I don't defer back to the committee for their favorable consideration.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Brigade and Madam Chair Crowdy in the queue at this time. Honorable Brigade, Elmer Brigade, the floor is yours.
Speaker, good morning, and then all the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I'm going to go ahead and offer an amendment to this legislation 0004-22. So I believe that this amendment was drafted by Legislative Council, Ms. Tupahi. So I forward that the amendment to Mr. Rico. So Mr. Rico, can help me read this? Thank you. That reserve my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. No, we're at Naabik'íyáti committee, so you don't need to reserve your time. Let me go back to Mr. Rico. There's a motion for amendment number 1.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Do you have that? Do you have that information, Mr. Rico?
Yeah, we just sent it out like 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
But I can read it if you.
Rico.
Okay. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 4, insert the following new section. It's a new section 4, directives. The Navajo Nation requests that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice investigate whether the federal government's trust responsibility to the Navajo Nation requires the federal government to make the needed repairs to the Pine Hill School facilities, and whether the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and or Bureau of Indian Education should reimburse the nation for the expenditure of the $3,600,000 approved in this resolution. As a condition of this $3,600,000 funding approval, the Rama Navajo School Board Incorporated, the Pine Hill School, and their legal counsel shall cooperate with the efforts of the Department of Justice. 2, read number, read letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel may make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Colleagues, on amendment number 1 has been read into the record. That's by Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Colleagues, any comments on amendment number 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green, thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon, not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, Dorothy.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable
I vote
Charlene.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates in favor and 0 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Now let's go back to the main motion on legislation 0004-21. Madam Chair Navabi'íyáti, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. What I wanted to ask was guidance, and I appreciate Chairman Henio for helping the Rama Navajo School move this request through the council. I'm also concerned in terms of the report that our federal partners have not deemed this issue an emergency, and so I appreciate the amendment, Shania, Delegate Elmer Begay. I think in terms of they're moving this funding from a UUSD request to a CIHACIN request is appropriate, but in that line and in that vein of thought, the council and this committee have always talked about in terms of equity. And so I'd like to ask Legislative Council for an amendment to be ready for council. And I'm requesting this on the open floor because I think in terms of how CIHACIN has been allocated, there's a severe imbalance, and I want and will continue to support how our schools can be a safe environment for our children. Representing Cove Day School, we also had challenges in terms of how our schools are being monitored when it comes to like radon testing, when it comes to exposure of uranium, and we are still moving forward with some of these evaluations. And so I appreciate that BIA were responsive to those requests, but I think seeing now that there's other schools that have these challenges, I would ask speakers if your office could help, or if we look at the CIHACIN and see how it could be distributed, or at least earmarked for the 24 legislative districts. There has been some funding that has historically been approved through CIHACIN, and at our last meeting, was it last 2 Fridays, we also have projects that are stuck in the Navajo Nation system. There has really been no movement, and I think there has to be a way, and you know, with all of these requests to modify some of the CIHACIN dollars, there has to be an easier approach to do some of this modification administratively, and also taking an extra step in seeing how we can build up regional planners to help our chapters directly move these projects. Right now, the Department of Community Development or Division of Community Development, they cannot meet the needs of our chapters and the amount of projects that need to be completed. And we have millions and millions of dollars sitting in our coffers, and that funding could be allocated out to the communities, but they need that capacity to move those projects forward. And so, for instance, like the county of McKinley County, they have a council of governor or of government. They have their own planners, they have their own teams to help move along these projects. And I think that's time as a council in terms of how do we support our chapters at the chapter level, because we have no control.
This is
who is hired.
Please leave
We
your
have no
name and number and
control
I'll
over
get
the
back to you.
vacancies. If you could mute your line, please, I'd appreciate it. And we have no control over the internal review process of Navajo Nation, but I do think there needs to be more transparency and accountability, because that goes back to why we have homes that are in no electricity, no water, no bathroom. It all goes back to this internal Navajo Nation process. And I understand right-of-ways are a challenge, but it's to the point where we have the technology, we have the Navajo professionals out there who are successful in their own businesses and want to help Navajo Nation, but we don't have a way for them to help. And I think the communities and the regions and the district should be empowered to make those decisions, because when you work in Window Rock, it's hard to understand the challenges with communities that are 2.5, 3 hours away, because it doesn't make sense what Window Rock requires. And it goes back to a lot of back and forth and, reviewing emails for my community projects. As a delegate, that takes up a lot of our time, a lot of my time. I'm going to speak for myself, a lot of my time, because the chapters are trying their best to get executive programs to respond. And then they're requesting the delegate to intervene because those programs are not responsive. And so we need a better way to keep up transparency, accountability. We need to know and identify where the system gaps are, and we need to modernize our system. I should be able to have a dashboard here, just like Navajo Water, Navajo Gallup water line. I have a dashboard, and anybody can go on there and see where the project's at, see where they're behind, who's the contractor, how much money is being spent, and what are the next steps. And I think that is also the frustration in terms of how we look at CEJASIN projects. And as delegates, we could spend a day reviewing the projects, but that's not our job, Speaker. We're not administrators. We're not division directors. What we're trying to do is advocate for our community and advocate for these projects. And so I would say if we could have that amendment to look at how it could be distributed around the 24 legislative districts, because that is how Navajo Nation is currently set up, and then have a conversation about what works best for the district and how they foresee moving along projects so that they can not wait 4 or 5 years. I think we waited nearly 2 years for CEJASIN funding, a contract to be signed. And we tried to be as patient. We understood this was a new process, but that was for a Navajo vendor. And that business owner had to pay a lawyer to ask for payment from Navajo Nation. That individual had to lay off individuals. And so I just want to say, I think we know as a council that this system doesn't work, but we should at least give the opportunity for our regions to develop something that works for them. And I believe that could be through the CEJASIN dollars. Some regions have been very successful in pulling in and getting CEJASIN dollars to pay for economic development, but we haven't seen that across the board. And our districts deserve to have that opportunity for employment, for economic development, for community development, how we want to enhance our education, and what direct services that we want to provide that we could use to not CEJASIN dollars for direct services, but how could we use CEJASIN dollars to upgrade, let's say, senior centers or Head Start, things that are important to us that maybe at another district that's not on their priority list, and that's fine. But I think we need more of regional control rather than Window Rock dictating to our districts on how to use those dollars. So thank you, Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues. We've heard your concerns, and I think we have the ability now as delegates to change this and to pull in regional planners, regional working with nonprofits or working with Navajo business owners move these projects forward. So thank you, Speaker, my colleagues, but I would request the amendment, and if Legislative Council needs any additional information or as this legislation moves forward. So I'm not requesting the amendment right now, Speaker, but this would be when it moves on to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the amending or to the recommendation, that amendment is going to have to be developed not only with Office Legislative Council, but it is going to have to take Division of Community Development, social services, and it's going to be taking action from each of our colleagues too as well to chime in on that recommendation, unless if there's something that's already readily available. But to the recommending party, Office Legislative Council, I don't know what else we would need. We can talk about it further, but maybe I could give you the floor right now. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. That will be a massive undertaking that we will certainly need much assistance from other programs, from the delegates. We've obviously learned a lot from CAP 3518, which was the last time that that was the $100 million that was previous of CSN funds that were previously distributed to delegates. What we've learned is that so far, at least in the 24th Council, and I haven't even gone back to look in the 23rd Council, but so far in the 24th Council, there have been 66, I think was my last count, changes to the projects that were selected originally in CAP 3518. Those changes to the projects are certainly contribute to delay and confusion, frustration at the local levels. So we're going to have to come up with some way to work around that. I also would point out that Delegate Edmund Yazi is along, I think, with Otto. So they are working on developing a CSN legislation. They're working with your office to develop a CSN legislation that would distribute 300, I think it was 300 million of CSN funds to the delegates, to similar to CAP 3518. I am not sure on the status of the development of those projects or the system. So certainly legislation can be developed. It will just take a bit of time. So if delegate, I'm thinking that there is just absolutely impossible to have that type of amendment ready for next week. I would recommend separate legislation with enough time for it to be developed so that the projects can actually be completed and the funding recipients have the appropriate accountability, etc. So I look forward to sitting down with Delegate Crotty, finding out what else she wants in the legislation, and we can go from there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor at this time. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any further response or questions?
Speaker, Delegate Otto.
Honorable Otto, so floor is yours
Oh, yeah.
on the main motion.
I think with the citizen funds, we have to go back to the drawing board and try to have some sort of an equal distribution to the delegate regions. And you know, you have projects such as under this council, like the youth center up in Crown Point, we have the Tonalia senior the chapter building that was funded also. So a form of equitable distribution would work because of each of the region. I thought we need needs, not in the highest. Honorable Crowdy, we have projects that are lined up and see at CPMD and you know, it's tied up due to the politics up in Window Rock, the programs. And we need to find a way to really get these things out to the chapters because but I think that's my thought on that. The other is that you know, this is a school that we are talking about currently, Pine Hills facility, and the Bureau, Department of Indian Affairs, BIE, but trust responsibility at the ice. So, alcohol, it's not it. Alcohol, right. I believe Tony Gearman is no longer there, if I can remember right. But I think you know, as these schools are there, you know, these trust responsibilities, we really need to start advocating on from the BIE perspective, so that they can meet to their trust responsibility in education. Meaning, if buildings need to be fixed, needs to be upgraded here and there, whether it's a fire system, whether it's an electrical line or lines that need to be upgraded, things like that. That's a federal facility. In Washington, although that liability, I really would like to see if we could get the Bureau of Indian Affairs to come back to the table and tell us, figure out what's going on. The other is that I think the Albuquerque area office, so what has been the dialogue from the area office there? And so I think they're not directly with well, the BIA is not directly with Navajo region, but I'm not too sure if the BIE is in that same status. If they're communicating with Albuquerque BIE directly, what was the plan of a possible upgrade for the school? Because at the bottom of it, I think it's still a trust responsibility. These federal trust responsibility on nothing we're funding Navajo dollars on these federal trust responsibilities. And somewhere, I think Department of Justice needs to revet some of these things. And you know, do we need to go back to the federal government and ask, you know, maybe go into a lawsuit, suing the federal government? on its trust responsibilities on the BIE portion. Lead ego na ikla on sa case it it is what about this case so yeah so
Honorable Otto, so thank you. Hey, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Eugene, so good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Jeg siger, det er det syge, så vi kommer lidt ind i, altså, så det at det går et år, og den næste så ja. In regards to the scholarship based on the job, when they are they all cut out that is based on the even national. They have a base on. They like yield. I cut it contract that earlier. They have a yield. The decon is had the tag one. But if you have a teaching and you teach, I don't have a shot. What the? A she that added at the that they did. A daughter is a cut this. I mean, I not cut all this. Other queen, not half weeks that years that they did cut on the rail and this is just eat or the other. Beyond the heart, the heart, I don't know. Not the heart, Nana. They could have Heggy, they have a car. So a ship and not a con, a heart, Fela, Ado, Ilada, Fela was in the street, Yata, the Toya, Ado, Ilada. The Jaeger, not the nest. It's a long in the Jaeger in the house, it's a long that you eat. To get that town, Minhalem. The radio wasn't down there, and that's Kagi or not that either. It's only the whole one, that is not so. Other second, I don't add on the shit. I don't want any Christian, gonna be. Das ist non da hat geladen. Na da oben steht, das ist in long. But whoever the one that goes out there and really check the whole situation, how everything's going. Also what about contract. So if you see the contract in shit, was in the screen in the breach of contract. If she that on taxes, not so it's got to be somebody there. It's got to be some kind of a written contract somewhere who's going to be taking care of these all these utilities that what I go on or you're not sure that it needs to lead or what's that. There's always has to be insurance also. The insurance of the whole ask on it. But I don't know the next kitchen that you live in now. What I be a whole start on then that no area the same that you need. But call even national gone. Dina Skagi had not car using the height ego. Or his name was a lot of the height ego a bit begin on Naga. AD Ecuador what arms the Ninigidat. Other bit that's how to ask shit or that I based on any clinic. It are being understood out of in ladder. But any out of in ladder, the nominal source of how hard that. It at a hard as a Ecuador, which in dot us as an exhibit. This is what you're supposed to do every year. We didn't do this, so look at what happened. Then that's going to be Nitet change ilo dining that the trustee could have the question but a house on the house on this. It I twisted I thought the whole cost. That Heggy Joe Dago a fishing out of Ilaji been a sort of it. I don't the other sheets to Arnana trust responsibility Hanana so this sheet or you need another. Always the bad is on the but I on the call a lot of things are being waived for a lot of non-essential any could I don't know about this case. That's what we're doing. So what is it that we can say that he did the wrong thing, though it wasn't the right thing? What do we have to say that to him that he didn't do his job? Whoever did the survey or the testing, I don't know, car and I lay be sick for the baby skiable. It's any baby. The death is not so hard of a car that I baby he did cut. Questions see. Coin the car, they none, they are in ladder. They couldn't get out what either. The illegal credit, yeah, that's hard of a social art and all sorts. It is a hot day is the way put on the way council which is a question. As we see, yes. A call a day, Codorians kid all this. To say what he did is wrong. To say that they were in a breach of contract. To say that whatever the funds was allocated for, they didn't do it right, or we didn't do it right. What the heck happened? I need never get I don't know at all this. These many need I don't know. I did not talk here, and I just possible. Also, I could have on this case. Should say, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the sponsor. If there's any response, Chairman Hinu, and then I'll go back to the queue.
Speaker,
Yes.
this is Edmund Yazzie. I'm on call now. Okay, sir? For the record? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, Chairman Hinu?
Christian, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. For this time, man, to respond to there's comments and being made here about the straight. Delegate Eugene. So, as far as his request again for the contractual agreements or how the school had put in place back in 1970, to be 1970, the BIA. So, at his request again, if we can find those documents, he's requesting that for at the Navajo Nation Council. So I'll defer to my agent, the superintendent of the Pine Hill Schools, to see if that request could be taken care of. Mr. David Nez.
Yate, Shananta. That not source he KDG do quite Hila Biket Atoli. This is what's been happening with this whole project. And in the meantime, we have an emergency situation that's a threat to life, safety, and property. Over 2 years now. And what's holding this up is the believability. It comes down to that because our administration, local school administration, and our facility manager, when the first power outage happened, we called Continental Divide, and they came out here and they looked at it. And then they brought in 4G electric, And those people, they deal with high voltage electrical system. And what we asked them to was to do a complete assessment. A report, we have that report. And I pointed out some of those deficiencies: no grounding, illegal cable boxes, all that. You're not supposed to hit it. And that's when we turned to DFMC, the Department of Facility Maintenance and Construction of the BIA. We sent them all that paperwork. I don't know what they did with that paperwork, because to this day they have not brought up anything that was written in there. And like I said, what they did was they sent out one guy with a clipboard, the equipment, the tools, so there's the two reports. The one that the DFMC BIA, the guy that they sent out, it says that there's no safety issue, that there's no just a couple simple pages that he completed. The ones that are actually living here on campus, and we know the actual condition of the electrical system. We're not being heard, and we're not being listened. We had a meeting with Tony Dearman. He's still the director for BIE. He went by that. Because the trust responsibility says under 102.97 that the local leaders, they know their students best, they know their buildings best. We work in these buildings every day. We are here every single day, and we know what happens. So we even invited Jonathan Nez and Lizer out here. They know firsthand what is there. And it all goes back to the BIA DFMC. I used to be a principal out at Red Rock Day School and Mini Farms Community School on the Greater Navajo Reservation. And when I was there, the BIA would come out and they would inspect the electrical infrastructure, the sewer, the water lines. Between every 3 to 5 years, they would do a complete inspection and a safety inspection. But like I said, out here, there's no records of it. None of this has been inspected since it was installed. The other thing to note too is that Rayma Navajo School Board was put together, and this school was built prior to 102.97. Look what they had no school out here. They were sending their kids to Albuquerque, Phoenix, everywhere. So they went directly to Richard Nixon in Washington, D.C., and they got direct funding. So this, as a result of that, they got now grant school and contract schools. So everything that was built here and done was prior to 102.97, 638. Because after all those public laws were enacted, then that's when the BIA said, oh yeah, we're going to still own the BIA buildings, and we're still going to provide the O&M, operation and maintenance, and any kind of repairs to it. And we should be also underneath that same contract. So we can provide those paperwork, what we have here. But it all goes back to the DFMC and what reports are they listening to. And I just want to emphasize again that we had asked the BIA DFMC to come out here and look for themselves, which they have not done for now over 2 years. If they had come out here they probably would have had a better understanding of what we're talking about, these safety issues. Cool. So that's why, I mean, for me as a superintendent here, and I have over close to 40 years of experience with education. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen a government agency that's so unresponsive to our pleas from here, from speaking on behalf of the school. Reports these are certified electrical engineering firms and electrical contractors. And but we can look for those paperwork. But I'm just asking the council and the Naabik'íyáti committee and the Navajo Nation to help our own children. Thank you.
Mr. Niz, for that response goes to the speaker. Name and acknowledgement, 24th Navajo Nation Council. We can move forward to a favorable consideration. So that Speaker David.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any other further comments on legislation 0004-21 at this time?
Hey, Speaker.
Yes. Eugene So.
Today Abba hasn't got any hot at that time we should move on it because Yaba hasn't this is an emergency situation for our younger generation. To work it that way, if I was a lawyer, I would use that whatever is on there. It should be done that is needed. So, what do you need? Creating what? I didn't know source. I would have done that easy. No, that way, I need tape and or something there. But right now, what we can do, that we can do. I'll introduce a legislation to I'll talk to Dana for the Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, you can. So, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues?
Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, go ahead. The floor is yours.
This is a really quick question. OMB and OOC, we need them to report what needs to happen in this legislation. I plan to vote green for it, but I know that oftentimes with a lot of the legislations, when we approve things, it gets caught up at OMB or OOC, and they say, you guys did this wrong, or you guys didn't do this, but there's never any comment when a legislation like this is going through. Obviously, this is an emergency, so with everything squared away with OMB and OOC, so if we vote green today and it goes through council, that the money will be made available immediately. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And you're right. I don't think we've seen anything from OMB or the controller's office. There's no comments. we can reach out to them. And staff, if you could reach out to OVAO, see if they have any recommendations by the time this gets to council. Thank you. With that, any other comments, questions at this time? Then let me go back, or I can go back to Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio, let me go back to you.
Speaker Freeman, Navajo, 24th Nomination Council. Delegate Eugene So for your support and understanding of the trust responsibility. Hotel, we do need to move on after the as the whole separate issue that we need to have with our attorney, Department of Justice. As far as OOC and OMB, that's what we have been working with community development, as they in the past have worked with the Raymond Navajo School Board, and so I thought the path has already been set up. So therefore, I anticipate that we should be going down the same path in this project also. So, and there is a where we can get this budget unit set up right away with OMB. I can't answer the speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions? Let me go back to the floor.
Speaker Freeland.
Well, Freeland, floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Shanata, Adoshana, Honorable Henio, as well as the Rama School Board. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question. Was this project listed in the ARPA legislation 257? Does anyone know? Thank you. That's my question.
Chairman Henio.
Okay, now for that question. I did see in the 257-21 at the same time, like I stated earlier, Raymond Navajo School Board did do their own application using the process that we had set up, going through the application process and so forth. But again, like I said, it's stuck at community development. There's been no response. I've been inquiring about it to see what the status is. This application has been submitted since November. And so right now, it's uncertain whether it might still go through as part of the ARPA or not. Maybe not. That's why we decided to go this path because it's an emergency type of situation lately. So where the money could be readily available, then at the same time, once it does become available for our expenditure plan, then it could be as part of our reimbursement. So that's the response I have to Delegate Freeland. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Freeland, did that answer your question?
Yes, Speaker, I do have a follow-up comment though.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Adoshana, thank you for that question as well. I guess when we do get to our work session, we got to go through that and make the changes if need possible. But I do support the legislation as a whole. I know the importance of it and definitely appreciate the route that you're taking, Shana. I do support it. I was just looking at 257. I actually did see it. But Shana, I guess this is a good example of why we really need to have the Department of Interior, the BIE, and the BIA held accountable to standards like this. You know, this is a responsibility of the federal government. I'm glad my older brother, Honorable Elmer Brigade, did do that amendment. It speaks volume, and you know, the federal government needs to understand that we're cleaning up their mess. We should not, at any point, we should not put our kids
through these types of situations or these types of scenarios. And it's unfortunate when we have to turn to the nation to, you know, fix what the government should be responsible for. And, you know, that's just my comment, and I appreciate it, Shana, and I'll be voting green for your legislation today. But I just wanted to make that comment, Speaker, today and say thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on the main motion of 0004-21?
Chinchilla, Seth Damon, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Oh, I can't answer, Chinchilla. Thank you to the HES committee members for convening to get the legislation ready. At some point in time, I'll ask the committee to suspend floor rules to add legislation that Honorable Vice Chair Slater is sponsoring. But in this aspect, Senate, I please understand from Tony Dearman's office all the way down to the regional administrator, tribal consultation and the recognition of government to government. Right now, from the federal side, it's with the office of the president. In the past, I've asked for a letter to clarify and emphasize that the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body. And such, there has to be recognition by the federal government that we are, if not the only tribal sovereign of the 574 sovereigns of the United States, we are the only one that's a three-branch government. And as such, we're the ones that establish policy. And that recognition and clarification has to be done. The tribal consultation should involve the committees of the council and the Naabik'íyáti as well as the Navajo Nation Council. Right now, there's the ability to throw the ball back to each other. In certain cases, in football, it's called a flea flicker. And that's what is apparently happening between Navajo region and Albuquerque region. And then just the fact that the Office of Facilities, throwing it back to education, back to facilities, Office of Construction Management. And certainly these actions are not the way that, for me, that we should be working. But again, when it's only within the last few months, and I don't know how long it'll take, 180-day special assignment. We've been dealing with, at the HES, we've been dealing with that, with the Bureau of Indian Education. And again, I want to reiterate that there has to be a strong stance by the committee as well as the council that we are the governing body and we need to be acknowledged, listened to, and whatever we act on has to be implemented on the federal side, no matter the federal agency. 26 or 30 departments and agencies of the federal government have to recognize that. With that, thank you, Cecilia, for allowing me to speak on this particular legislation. Let's go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Any other comments or questions before we go back to the sponsor? If there are none, let me go back to Chairman Henio.
Again, so the Speaker David, the representative 24th Nation Council, and the concerns that are being brought up regarding the government relationship with Navajo Nation and the federal government. And therefore, it sounds like we need to have a separate meeting with Mr. Mahoja to begin with, and then we could work on scheduling that and to bring out these issues that that is being brought up now. It's being highly recognized as this legislation has surfaced, and also has opened the eyes that the federal government has turned a blind eye to the Navajo Nation, especially when it comes to their direct services and trust responsibility. So Cecilia, yeah, it sounds like we need to have a separate leadership meeting with BIA and to start from there, and then we could probably from there get directions and set the path to go further up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And staff has been reaching out to the BIA colleagues too as well. So if anything, it'll probably be a response that'll be back by the time this legislation reaches council. So with that, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times on the main motions. Go to the board.
Speaker, second reading.
Oh, second reading, yes. Sorry, with one amendment.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There is one amendment, amendment number 1 on page 4, line 4. Insert the following new section. Section 4 directives. Navajo Nation requests that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice investigate whether the federal government's trust responsibility to the Navajo Nation requires the federal government to make the needed repairs to the Pine Hill School facilities, and whether the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, or Bureau of Indian Education should reimburse the nation for the expenditure of the $3,600,000 approved in this resolution. As a condition of this $3,600,000 funding approval, the Rama Navajo School Board Incorporated, the Pine Hill School, and their legal counsel shall cooperate with the efforts of the Department of Justice. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel may make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Speaker, Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haley votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker
votes green.
votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates in favor, 0 who opposed, 1 delegate excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That on legislation 0004-21, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We are on legislation 0010-22 at this time. that. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0010-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees approving and authorizing the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety and the State of Utah Department of Public Safety. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Otto So, Vice Chair Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are 3 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council's Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Wanika.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Sponsored by Honorable So motion by Honorable Edison Wanika, second by
Yellow hair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0010-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on legislation 0010-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote?
Elgin Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kialan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon, not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell
Sorry,
Halona
Freeland
votes
votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland and Honorable Pernell Halona both vote green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is set.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, 1 delegate excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. They're not voting on legislation 0010-22. Legislation is better for council colleagues. With that, moving on down on new business item number D. Legislation 0011-22. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0011-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Nomination Council, amending the charter of Diné College 10 NNC, Section 2001 to 2023. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Juanica. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass and no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Helena.
Thank you very much. On legislation 0011 or 0011. Slow. Sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. There's a motion by Honorable Helena. Is there a second?
Second, Juanica.
Second by Honorable Edison Juanica. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0011-22?
Question, Delegate Begay.
Honorable Begay, with that, Chairman Daniel So, you have 20 minutes on the board. Chairman, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Okay, Tenant I, Naabik'íyáti Committee members, Kwagi, Tato, Kasin Sodi Sabi, Beltana Hadita, Hini Tato, Kasin so I don't Tato, the Peshpas, and the Sanas in the League Epitato, Nadik Sosa Kujan College. Hado kujon ne she isto Anil Soyhanani Joe, Bishbahas Anni Kliniki 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ajo E. Hodel Zanto Lis, Ko, Pati Sabi Danaudit Ahi, Do Esi, Pinachadon Netliki Aitan, Ni Taton Sil Sos, and Ado President Vito Ila, Ado in the College Board of Regents, Do Administration, Ado Hanada Sitsi, Halit Agushila, President Simpasiadi Kato, Hadila, you see, it is all in Vito Ila. So, that's President Monty Russell, to board members and administration, Aji Hakri. You just see, but that is, I guess, a quaggy, Hadasi, to quaggy. The amendment will you have charter amendment will you have a miscons out of a south or a Adelia out of a quaggy. He cut and hit us at source. Without a bahasito list. So you see a modernize will yeah. Board of Regency. So it it's by agency. Just that the other tribal enterprises and other aspects. It's by qualifications. By qualifications. Board of Regents appointing Dal Inhigito, the old amendment, the chair or his designee serves as a member of the Board of Regents. It's going to be open to any member of the Navajo Nation Council by appointment by legislation. Not student body president, Board of Regents, and that's by a vote of the student association of the Net College, without a Board of Regents. A quaggy sato, not CG modernize will you hagi they all have degrees. Although there's a member of the Navajo practitioner from Eastern. One, it's to give the ability to use eligible business structure. Where perhaps the formation of limited liability corporations and then the ability to leverage some of the funds that the college currently has in the aspects of investment. The 4-year institutions, because of the old amendment, old charter, I'll beat that. So even now, that it no the sabe dan hatit ahi Hadelia. It without a sato by hastito. My two agents are President of the Board of Regents, Greg Bigman, and Dr. Charles Monty Russell. So we stand before you for specific questions and comments. With that, sinantay sila the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Speaker, if you could allow President Bigman and Dr. Monty Russell also talk about the other aspects of this charter amendment. All
Thank you.
within, what was it, 20 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, go ahead, Mr. Bigman or Dr. Russell.
Thank you. Also, members of the Chairman Daniel Sofor is probably one of the most significant things that the improving the process is first modernizing and improving. When you look at how a lot of organizations professional practices minimize that has happened with the Navajo, you know, the influence mortality organization parts with having a heterophony not only integrated
Speaker David, one more.
as a
Hey, Mr. Bigman, Dr. Russell, we can't hear you.
there was a point of order called, Speaker.
Mr. Rico?
Speaker, was a
Speaker
point of order
Hall.
by Honorable Halona. I believe it was because Mr. Bigman's, it was breaking up. Ever since he started, it was cutting out. So that might be it, but it was Honorable Halona.
Honorable Halona?
Speaker Halona, yes, I was referring to the presentation. We're not being able to hear everything he's saying. He's really breaking up really bad.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bigman, give the floor back over to you. Mr. Rico, what is the time left?
13 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Bigman, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Let me restart from the beginning again. Well, the reason why this charter is very significant is because, one, it helps to modernize the charter. This is very critical because when you look at any governing institution, what makes it, what drives the institution is what the qualifications are for the people that will be governing the institution. So, and a part of it is having these professional standards. Not only does it help to minimize the politics that happen within the organization, but it really helps to drive the institution forward based off of core fundamental business processes. This doesn't take away from the fact that of the many good things that the college is going to continue to do. And President Russell will talk a lot more about that. So one of the important things with this charter, what it does is it allows for better collaboration. So when you think about our stories in terms of what has happened with the Navajo culture, we have the Twin Warriors. They weren't walking out alone doing it. So the Net College is very similar. We want to have partners that will help us engage in terms of creating a pathway forward with the future of the college and the institution. So in order for that to happen, we need to find new ways of funding. We need to look at new ways in terms of how do we start to integrate students in with research? How do we still start to build our capacity with intellectual property? So this new charter paves the way forward for that, not only by creating allowing the college to have an opportunity to create a LLC to engage in these other business opportunities, but it also helps with fundraising and the ability for us to create partners and develop relationships that will help build the future of the Net College. So that concludes my presentation, and I respectfully request that President Russell also have a few minutes to speak on this legislation. So thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Speaker Damon, if I may.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, members of the committee and Speaker Damon, for this opportunity. And also thank you to Chairman So for sponsoring this legislation. As you've heard already, the top line picture is the idea of modernizing in terms of how does that look at the college level. I'll spend a couple minutes in trying to explain some of that. But when we talk about a modernized board, when we talk about a modernized charter, those are nice words, but what does that look like in terms of for a student sitting in a classroom at Saley, at Tuba City, at Aneth, at Newcomb, wherever one of our sites is? What it means is that allowing and changing the way we approach the education of students and looking at it, not just saying that the degree is the end point, but the degree is the starting point. And let me give you an example of that. You heard talking about the modernization of the board. You heard talking about the modernization and being able to create a holding company, an LLC. What does that mean for the student? Here's a very specific example that we're looking at. So we all know part of our history and culture has to deal with the agriculture, our livestock, and how that is integrated into our culture. But what we don't talk about too often then is how do we then take that from what is a livestock economy, an agriculture economy, and then move it into the future. So one of the things that we look at, and this allows us the opportunity to do that, is to say, okay, we already have a USDA land grant program here where we help farmers, producers in terms of improving their yield. The next part of that is to say, okay, how do we then try to expand that economy? And so we have an agriculture degree that has just started about a year ago. Actually, it started 2 years ago, but it started right at the beginning of the pandemic. We also have a bachelor's of business administration. So if you combine those two, you're now talking about agribusiness, so that when a student comes in, they're thinking about how do you actually make a living in something that you may love. But then it's not just taking it that far, then it's taking it even larger. So it's not just about an individual who gets a degree and then gets a job. It's then how do you contribute to a larger economy? So with this charter, then one of the things that we're looking at is creating a Navajo wool mill to provide a new opportunity for economic development by providing the trademark aspect, the copyright aspect, the patent aspect of what we're doing as Navajo people, the artistic side. So one of the things that we're looking at is the development of this wool mill that would combine our 2 degrees, but also help the Navajo people, the Navajo economy, in terms of developing something that is not there right now. There is no Navajo wool, yet our wool is, Navajo wool is synonymous across this country with fine weavings and fine wool and all of this. but we don't have a place in the market other than at the tail end, which is the artisan side. So one of the things this allows us to do is to try to be able to look at alternative streams of economic development that can help our college, but also help the Navajo Nation. How does this play out even from the science side and the STEM? Well, one of the things that we're looking at, and we're in the process, Diné College is the first tribal college to have a patent. We have 3 patents. We're in the process of trying to take those to market. In addition to that, though, the idea of technology transfer is new to the Navajo Nation. How do we try to begin to look at how we develop an economy that's based on ideas and not product? So one of the things that we're looking at and we're be able to create is a Center for Diné Economic Development, in addition to a technology transfer station, where we would allow to, the opportunity for entrepreneurs, the whole idea of academic entrepreneurship, being able to build what you research, being able to market what you research, being able to look at ways that we can build an economy that's not even looked at right now. These are some of the ideas in terms of the practice of what Chairman So talked about in terms of the board, and also what President Bigman talked about in terms of modernizing the charter. Here are concrete examples of what this would look like at the college level for our students, for our community, and for our Navajo Nation. And so, and I think part of this too, the idea of expanding our capacity. In order to do that, we need to have facilities that are able to provide the type of education that students expect and need today. We don't have that right now. Our buildings here at Saline were built in 1973. Without, there was a previous conversation earlier about RAMA, the same predicament that RAMA is in, the Diné College is in, and that is money has not been afforded to us, even more so than RAMA, for O&M costs. So we've had to take money away from academic programs to put into our buildings. But this expansion of our loan capacity allows us to be strategic. And let me give you a real good example of what we mean by strategic. We don't want to go on a spending binge. But what we're looking at doing right now, we're in the process of finalizing a plan for our campus here at Saline, the Circle, to go off the grid. So it would actually be carbon neutral. It would actually have an opportunity to provide academic training for our students to be able to help in the solar industry, but also it allows us then to take our traditional beliefs, if you will, making sure that we're not leaving too big of a footprint, and create a campus that is off the grid, that is powered by solar, and allows us to move forward. And in order to do that, it actually would not cost us anything. We recently did a energy audit where the savings from our renovation and retrofitting would actually service the loan. So we're looking at creative ways to be able to finance, not just to finance, but to service the loan that we're asking for. So we have, we're taking a deep dive in this area to be able to make sure that we're creative, but also that we're stable and we're not hurting the foundation of the college, which is very important to us. So thank you, Speaker and members of the committee.
Chile, that would be our presentation, and the 3 of us stand for questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, let me go to the floor, and I do have a motion in a second. Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Me? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, though, other the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, other the people that are on the line, and then all the staff that are there with us. So other the Chewedo, the delegate, so other the Sinaldo, the Greg Bigman, though, other the Shirido, the Monty Russell, though, other my question is the Bantus case. I understand that to modernize and then also to professionalize the border regions. So I understand that the reason for funding to think for alternative source of revenue. Based on yard we have to modernize the operation facility there. I don't know that to professionalize our board members to upgrade their credentials and then cases to think for alternative funds. That's the way I understand it. But when you go back, they to 1966, Naval Nation Council, became a school in 1968. But before that, there was a discussion, I think, about being a Navajo, about being the Ne, looking at the society, it was an issue. There was a concern from our elderlies, looking back to when the treaty was put in place in 1868 and so it took 100 years to look at that. Even after we become a treaty tribe to the United States government. In that period, people, our own people were sent to schools. Even our health care, our fundings was being a fiduciary responsibility that was agreed upon, where the government will have to take care of our funding. Then the resources that we have here. Looking back, so the question was, so how many of our kids or attorneys, how many kids are well off now? Are there teachers, or they in type of professional degree that they have? Seems like there was we were losing. Seems like maybe something's wrong. No, I know that we become our own school. Became a Navajo Community School, Navajo Community College. One thing that the assessment made was that to look at it is that we were losing our language, we were losing our ceremonies. Nihin nahaga'a, badahiti khe. Or you, ohutza, aronda, nihihat khasiyato, our medicine people. Kwa anhi is there, they need to hold that every husband. So, a bit of who year, you know, that's the whole concept. Even it became a Navajo Community College. I understand how the next college. So looking at that is how for our elderly, we're the one that had that don't know. So there's no Christian Italia, Johan Niseko, the Kishpalia. The next college, where it is, a Kishpalia. A quarter dozen had Wilson Nitako. And then there's Christian, but the Hunty Lies and not Lies Padia, Johan Niseko. It's odd. The basket was put in place. Arokodo, Basalado, this. Anna the but I liaise or this, but the Hunty Lies or this. Ebe thousand or the Johatoni. It could in the hot, it could seems like today, to modernize, to professionalize. Ordinary, if it has need or the leaky Kagi, Ekadonet Nando, the legal would add this, don't Niniki. Put about Sisto Kizgi. A question there, they could eat so the shipping to the gate. As she day, Yahant or Das. I get it come the dog, look at Nancy, what are by yet, what I don't need she. I see she to what so I add a bit toss late, don't need that don't need it's us and luggage, a but Joe what are a band Sahakis and Silicon, it are hearted Ashimburg and Palonse. The Hadon of the Supplemental car of this, Adjusting a young old da. Adoshi by yet keep of this, Adoshi in Tark is not enough, as you know, the heat Ashi don't need. So what and this that's a concept. Traditionally, so even now is my question, has any been now? My question is why are we raising the bar on the academic part of it or the professionalizing the education part of it? That does need to be a board of region. What about on the other side? The traditional side, why can't we raise that too? If you want to be part of that, it's so there's $1,000. $1,000. But the husband he called the husband. This begin, no son begin. Hatnise. Around the 8 so there's a quite us in the criteria, Anna Kidan Jilla. In the Hashet, Hashe won't begin. It's again, Jigad, what Agisha? But Asha. Why are we just raising the credential part of it to be professional? And to be modernized in Western way of education. How about the traditional way? My question is why is not included in that Shahani arts class? Why do we Shahani if we want to raise that arts class, the hot dog Nissan? That's my question. So what are they doing? The speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alma Brigade. That colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to Chairman Daniel? So,
This is Dr. Henio.
Chairman Henio, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Dr. Shin, I thank you very much for the speaker statement. Okay, so Just a comment here regarding the modernization of the board. And just thinking about the NHA experiment, how NHA went and decided to revamp the standards of the board to where they took away some of the grassroots people, tenants and home buyers representing their areas, be the voice from the board, and decide, okay, professional people, no. And look at where NHA is now. But then they have not moved anywhere. They haven't. But then it's just like all for themselves. But then how long? So I just hope it doesn't go this route here when they start seeing professional people. What about our local grassroots? We're deciding to say, hey, let's go above and beyond that. So just wanted to make that comment to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Not, let me go back to you, Chairman Daniel So, and if you need to go to your agent's, floor is yours.
Delegate Charles.
Napashila, Sicily out the Kodo. The Naabik'íyáti committee members, legislative staff, and all the folks that are on the call. The Quaggy Saja, the night in Kadigi. Aja, in a ho, to Quaggy, the ne, all needs the nebby. Ibn Hagaiki, to Sahotonista, he unlaid his on a so under his Roti Quaggy, our region, they did not Nashigi, the Sovereignty Institute, very Quaggy. So Wexley Jim, Aji, or Fusto, Hasin so. Hasinil between his on Aja Hato Aja Aya Sato. Essentially, I thought Ada was send Quajasi to Quajasat Laji. Now they asked Nigo. They're taking to a Quaggy apprentice on loan a Quaggy. I see Ehosenigi Kate and the Heidelsa. But our a anasit. So Quaggy. A Sovereignty Institute will ya. Out of Quaggy. Navajo culture, history, and language. A Quaggy to a which the Nabazadi Gibe Binantin. So by all neatly adult, is that she the yoga to culture the adult, not only Hanot, only needs a needs a can. It without a Yidohos, a don't whole neta. The day you see a large. So she has wrote the need she does the next G the Nisa. Not only be a ziggy, quaggy, don't be a quaggy, equal policy, a day class. So I think so. So lead the classroom. What else been not in Chinigi to a Dr. Russell Bansala. For quaggy a shade of 8 So you see on the Bansalado, they see a large president. e kwagi Board of Regents biziki naswi idoli idol sa honeta go president hot old siki so she e hot o e being nas all just orly kun the kuja President Bigman, President of the Board of Regents, to see Agent Charles Monty Russell. But President Bigman.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Speaker Damon and members of the committee, you asked some very good questions, and this is really the heart of what we discussed when we talked about this charter. As the chair, as the president of the board and as a leader of the Net College, I feel that it's important that our regents are well grounded in Navajo culture, our customary values, and we do provide trainings every several times a year, concerning these values. We talk about what it means to be an Atani, what it means to have Navajo leadership. We talk about ethics, making sure that we do govern properly. And as a Natani, I know that taking your road as a Hetafi is a personal and spiritual journey that you can't dictate, because it's the holy people that request it. It's not the individual that says, oh, I want to be a Hetafi. It's the holy people that reach out to you and say, take this journey. It's now time for you to learn the songs and learn the prayers, or even learn how to use the gifts that we give you. And so out of respect, that's how I understand the culture. And that's how I understand this sacred journey of being a Hetafi. As for why there's no specific requirements for the board, that's the reason why. We talked about it extensively, what type of a person will be the spiritual leader for the Net College. And we talked about the various rise and different types of spiritual beliefs now. We have Christianity, we have NAC, we have peyote, we have a lot of integration of new different religions that have come in, and also a lot of new different things that impact our society as well. And we want to acknowledge that's why in the charter it says a Hetafi is preferred. And so understanding in the future that our Hetafis are going to be required to do much more as they are doing now. And so within another meeting, we're talking about the future of Hetafis and how they're going to play a bigger role in healthcare system. And so these are all what could be the foundation for what is called professional practices, because when we talked about it, we had two Hetafis on the board. One of them had a master's degree and another one did not have a degree, but both of them still had a lot of valuable insight that the board relied on in terms of communicating how to approach certain topics and how do we need to think about our customary values. And so that discussion is what we talked about, and that's the conclusion that we came up with. So in the future, we do see a need for, always see a need for that Hetafi to provide that foundation and that ground for the Net College. And that has something that has always been rooted in the history of the college. As for boards going rogue, boards going, institutions acting, not in a manner that council would prefer to like, that really has to do with the accountability among each of the board members. And so that's part of the reason why we require ethics training. We do ethics training every year and we talk about proper conduct. And these are things that made the Net College receive the John Nason Award for leadership because of how they transformed the institution over the past few years. When I see organizations conduct themselves in that manner, it's really more about personal interests, and sometimes it's interference with politics, but usually it's because the organization is not acting in its best interests, and the people that are held responsible that's supposed to act in the best interests are not doing that. The charter is a piece of paper, that gives guidelines for how an institution should act and how the conduct should happen. But If there's no accountability among the board members to have these hard conversations, then that's all it is a piece of paper. But for us, this charter means more than a piece of paper. This is the lifeblood for what we see in terms of the institution growing in its future. And in that vision of what we see everything that we talked about, the lifeblood of children, our children, flowing into the workforce, holding on to the sacred bundle for the nation, because that's where we have all our songs and prayers housed as well. And also seeing where we can start to plant the seeds of ideas and have them grow like plants, throughout our nation. That's what that document means to us. And that's part of the reason why I think this is probably the best written charter I have seen for any institution and anything that, for any governing institution out there. So I don't know if President Russell wants to add more to this, but this will conclude my presentation, Speaker. And thank you, Speaker, and members of the board, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you. Does that conclude your response, Chairman So?
Dr. Monty Russell, did you want to add anything?
Just real briefly, if I may, Chairman and Speaker Damon.
Go ahead. The chair already opened it up for all three of us.
All right. Thank you for the quick opportunity, and I won't take much time, but Honorable Delegate Begay, I share your thoughts on this from a personal perspective. Many years ago, back when the college first started, after maybe about a decade, there was a president that came in and said, we don't want any more Navajo, we need to be modernized, right? Using that word. And he fired all of the Navajo study staff, my mom included, and they closed it. And then he left, and then it was brought back. So there has been history where things have gone out of balance. But the constant in every aspect of that, the constant that has brought the college back has been the Board of Regents and the Navajo Nation Council. Each time when it's kind of faltered, it's those two, the Board of Regents and the council, that has helped stand it up. And I just want to make clear too, in the appointments of the members, the 4 members that are appointed, they're confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council. So, if there is something that is not looked at in a way that reflects the values of the college or the Navajo Nation, there's an opportunity there. And I think that to me is the thing that I'd just like to share. This isn't just an open appointment, but there is a process involved that the Navajo Nation Council has a voice in the appointment of the Board of Regents. Thank you, Chair and Speaker Damon.
That concludes our response.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Chair, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So.
Follow.
Oh, actually, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Sorry, Madam Chair. And then Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Mr. Rico, did you have anything else to add? I think I just heard you.
No, Speaker, that was not me.
Okay. All right. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess it's pretty, the question I was going to ask was already answered, so I'm good. Thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Begay, follow-up question.
Thank you very much. Honorable Elmer Begay, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
I'm not sure. So, yo. It's either all touching on the way to Greece conduct. The kiss. The sister goes now, I know when it has so. When it had gone. I had everything that. But they barely touch your guy garment, Shenona. In Shenona, Katati, brother-in-law. The opposite is gone there. I need things that and that. But all targeted. Fish can't say that this very ship, brother. Kala I dear little cut the snow. For she should know other than that, so say she beaten you by Nasha. Of course, didn't that's a funny, that's neck. I saw that's a funny. That's my question. Hello, Dara. These other curriculums, math at that, science at that, etc. But the Ghana, you get you don't get, but thousands and out of it, they begin that question. Any kind of a degree or doctor. They did that. They about so you could understand. So in that regard, which way we're headed. But then she gets a no, she don't open this case and a lot means so. The way Chris conduct she was copy be they need cut a hole at the old cut. My son is a homma. The Jada it another missionary, what shaded another missionary. Of course, you usually stay with your mom or grandma or your aunties and your brothers and sisters. I not in card over. I think about when the on the she must send me. The real not that nearly card. It's a desert has shadow. Only to start adult on which honor on till shida. The babbage I would not a bit at it now. But is a happy diligent that respect for other people's belongings. See, as a lady educated anyway, you see, I don't know will cheap one for the other. A credit not a lady up. But no, I ain't not killing about him. I don't set none. I don't set that. I don't yen that on chilling about him. They did that show. They did, but the husky cut it gain that able to shut down. Although they shut down. But the husky, but you learn to respect the natural resource. I could elegant not have respect for people. All the emotional growth and harmony, positive way of life. Was young, Asian eyes, neither was young, not walk in beauty. Was young, but I go a negativeness, eyes, neither a done, though when see the doesn't stay, the doesn't need, but the has net, and she could need on to yard the whole. Those are negative thoughts or negative words that sometimes somebody would use and they would get after you for anywhere. Then down and rain that card. Say that egg has other go by the honey tree. It had been not in the stone song ye. So it neck as it the neck harless for carnage. Other did need the neck as not in song. But then the great about her snare, the house, other song, she saw cut off another cat. I have not but this kid. But then there should say, I should not should say, we can't put that shit. Navajo history to 1846, the land of the people, because they say, about each should say, because it beyond by basic holding I go, what are the cars that should need. Let it not need Thailand, Asia now. ado le les kato Canada. Ado sa de sa le Canada sa le kojo Maine sa le Florida ya sa a konka hani sa le South America. But I end up in cynical at us then I is not kissing leash no should say so no so that all that and so has you has not and so she got out as for hasn't and then so the that I see the hot this that it's another dose of talk cabinet that has so it's all not use but should say I call what there's and so I got about this case here. So these things the chicken neck as well on Shinoko. He knows life, what life really means is emotional, spiritual, and physical growth, all in harmony. If you're not grown up emotionally, this thing, a question out of not in the start at all this. A credit was a husband that out of the or seat or out of bath was me. I think is the so I give it that there's been now go 8 or what on sleeping now, but shouldn't another cat out on the chin the go. But the honey seen the way there. I call 8 at this man chin so yet. Oh, I thought those the only one that chin session so all by that shit about all. That is quite a general comment. So yeah, that's about all. So that's from the spare husband session so Corona at this kid. Because the baby in they need to AI to grow emotions, spiritually and physically. That's what it really means. That there's no thing in there that's for fame or for money. 8個人男性前等咧，全部都你去吹dan人你去唱呀，8個都是的，就那攞單你那全的，佢哋或者 you need to get a degree to get some money. That's the only way of survival. So when our kids go to school, to a boarding school, they had to brand with a dollar sign. From then on, they had to think that way. No matter what, they had to learn, they had to strive, get their diploma so they can have more money. It's the only way of survival. Achievement lead to climb that ladder. Because in order for you to survive in this day and age right now, you have to have the cash. And the only way to get that cash is to get an education. Or beyond shot or museum and he can that is the and she you say ya ni ona ya ba kha ta ni kai and he can das children and she da da ya so and she government and she Navajo Nation government took that away from us by permits and leases he tries ni credit deliver na hot on adult and that adults adult no innocent the bed or that no 1 acre never by the just so what I could be students at hall just not other nonsense such a we're really contradicting ourselves. What our kids need to learn in our way of life. But if it's not where we're going, I guess we're going the right way. More cash means more diplomas. You get more cash. If that's where we're headed, I guess. Sometimes there's no way of turning it back, but that's where we're at right now. Tony Tom Yaz of the honorary the restaurant now. They not his car your days national. See this husband there, you got the Lego asked your latest husband there, but not I need to know. That I showed our court asked Tony was husband there, at the hot either the hot the hot begin asked go. I could go in and around there, all that and so. This art isn't art, is not just an on for open this case. The law for that area is resigned and then and then so because they're not certified, they're not allowed because of some other laws that we have that we had to be certified, we had to hold a diploma in order to teach our kids. The way they are better than the non than the cars and the non then the car, Saturday day car and the not the so what the heck is up by your son and the con America street and the hotel had trashy. Yeah, go see it had to ask the every ban has has in there on I see Asian day practitioner that have a car, Asian diploma in the use like in that skin so certified that is now then that doesn't change has these days. I don't know how we can change that so we can use all our elderlies to teach our younger generation. The way not has not on thing down there a question that I was at the husband or had or three so there's an elevator I had or three but at the husband had the dog that was at the husband they call 20 in the house carried up a band factory they taught on Lindy a crossing about the hospital that a corner at being the not he hold not end they're not certified. I on this where the only one that bunch up together is with a diploma. Eddie and that is not get shot and made or in the diploma at the hood. No, crash I shouldn't to talk cabbage artist kitchen needs a horse me hold or only not on the horse farm rated to Dasha. What the heck is that? So those are my issues and those are my concerns and I wish we could learn these kids, our younger generation, so we don't have to have what we have today. We have more gang-related issues all across the Navajo Nation. We're more divisive. United States government of freedom of religion, press, and religion. We can start our own religion. We can say what we want, print what we want. So, has next in that edit or was had been I on has in that start over that other t-shirt again that that been yes needs the Sunday when the college started and also the school in a rough rock. But see that we're not going that route. It's just getting worse out there. It is over has see though. That's my comment and that's just my thinking. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? We're going to go with this college, or we're going to let the people know, understand what life really means. Emotional, spiritual, and physical growth, all in harmony. Being with one, being one all the time. Asa, but asa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gene. So that moving on back, that Elmer Brigade, floor is yours.
Back to speaker, Nana. Thank you for that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Nana, I don't. Not Nancy. Don't. Where delegate so. I don't. Shenalido. I don't. President Marty Russell, Dana. Thanks for your response. I think my main question is I wanted to understand more about that it seems like it's very simple. My question is all I'm saying is that why are we not modernizing and professionalizing the board of regents in a traditional setting? But mainly my question, I understand. I have nothing against the proposed language stating that the appointees requirement or to have a bachelor degree or equivalent experience. I have nothing against that, including the appointees could have a background in legal and business and education and traditional knowledge. I have nothing against it. That's the Western way, that it could be, and I understand that, for the purpose of this, how we could sync alternative source, which is a nonprofit organization, as an nonprofit where we could sync for other fundings. I understand that, but all I'm saying is, can they do more in the traditional setting? If you want to be a board member, at least the whole concept, the whole campus there has a traditional knowledge. It has a teaching in it. If you can be representing that institute has a lot of traditional knowledge in it. So if you can be like that, you have to be, I would say that you have to have at least a song, a prayer traditionally. You can stand for that. They will be honest and truthfully understanding that you're representing a institute that has a meaningful, something that's traditionally the concept of understanding that does know by but such a lay that does know they know so by other because no they could no by put on you have to at least have a song for that, at least know that song, learn those. You can representing something that all to understand it, but you're not using it, you're not living that. I guess you can be truthful, you can be understanding and to be honest with that. I think we need to do this. We need to raise that bar on the traditional side of it. Today, if I want to be representing being a board member, I won't qualify because I don't have no credential. Of course, to modernize and to be professional, to be a professional person, because I said that the shine did Babel, the hate is star, sleep about that. Other sleep chan, the Babel chan on Sunday Shaft. Seems that and the Basha hot it and Hazen. Or you call it or other how the hot eye has of Gatti or you do ya school the Lena and Odo she's Edo Dodger. Basha hot it the Dodley Hazen. That's how it is. And that the dish jail, the Kage or you sit Hajilson on Java. Kage has Nichtiga, Benda or that's the Yago. Or you do be Edo Nahan, Dosha hot it and Hazon Yadishna. So 8 Ashi, 8 Ashi Hota. It's hard that the whole concept of the representation of that's how that the neck college was put in place for these reasons, for a purpose, sacred. But so to represent that kind of an institute, how do you stand? Where does your belief is? You won't have belief equals your event is the case of this. What I anticipate here, this is the event I do ask Behosen do this, Johan, no, that is Elia, Johan Neko. What I anticipate, why are we leaving this out? That's just my question. Then, if it can, so if you answer that, there should be an amendment made, but I'm not sure if it's adequate to do that at this point in time to raise that traditional part of it, knowledge. And so yeah, that was my question. So, Speaker, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Noon. Can you add me back to the queue?
was talking to myself, sorry. Madam Chair, let me go to you at this time before I go back to Chairman Henio.
You mean Chairman So? We're still on Chair Daniel So's legislation, right?
Oh.
Hello? Okay, because he said Chair Henio, so I was a little bit confused there. Shat Speaker, and thank you. This has been a really interesting conversation. On the one hand, I hear where Delegate Elmer Begay is coming from, and I think that is the foundation at Diné College and how it was created and formed, and I think that was the part of the intent was to develop a institute of higher learning or higher education to our Navajo people, to give them that opportunity to get an education, while you're still at home, and to be able to be part of a higher education, an institution, and then also to just be able to go home and still also retain a lot of that ceremonial, knowledge, and then, just to be close to home. I think that was the foundational, my understanding of how Diné College was created. I remember going to, ceremonies with Jack Jackson Sr., hearing him talk about education and hearing him talk about, the importance of what Diné College is, what it was meant to be. And then, going to, ceremonies with Wilson Aronolis, and I still go to ceremonies with him. And to hear, him talk about, Diné College and just kind of that same thing, what their intentions were for higher education. And I know that, before I left for school, Jack Jackson, Sr. had, he came to the ceremonies that I had when I wanted to go back to school. Wilson Aronolis came to those ceremonies when I said I wanted to go back to school. And they, always have been gentlemen, men who, who I've always turned to and talked to about education. And, I still do that with Mr. Aronolis, with my grandpa. So I guess in a way I see where Delegate Elmer Begay is talking about, how that might be, not a part of the charter. At the same time, I do have to say that education, the requirements for higher education, they are set by national institutions. There's various, I guess, authorizing institutions that say, yes, this school has met the standards for higher education. And you cannot enter into a school without your college being authorized as an institute of higher education. There is a certain requirement, that says, yes, your school met all of the criteria. Every school across the entire United States goes through, the different board certifications that are required. I know that, in law school, it's every 4 years the law school, can't remember what they're called right offhand, but they come in and they evaluate the school. They evaluate the type of education. They evaluate the professors. They evaluate the library. They evaluate the administration. And as long as you meet their standards, they give you that check mark to say that your school is authorized and it's good to go. And so it becomes very important It becomes so important. In fact, when you go on to get your master's, or you go on to get your Juris Doctorate, or you go on to get your PhD or your EDD, that's one of the first things that they'll ask you is, you know, are you coming from an institution that is board that has the certifications in place? If you don't, then they, you know, you're not going to be accepted. And it's like you just spent 2 or 4 years in a school. You went to class, you know, you paid your tuition only to find out that your school that you graduated from is not certified. So you have to start back all over. And I have seen that. I have witnessed that. I used to sit on the law school admissions for Texas Tech University School of Law. And we had to turn down students who got their degrees from schools that we'd never even heard of. So in that sense, I'm bringing that up because that's one of the requirements in some schools is they do look at the board. They check to see, you know, who is running the school. So I know that that Chair Henyo said, you know, the grassroots, it all falls back to education. It all falls back to, you know, who is on the board, who is educated. Same thing with your professors. You know, you want professors who know what they're talking about, who are educated. So Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay, you know, is talking about that, you know, the traditional side. You have to have that knowledge. You know, you're just not going to trust anybody who comes off the street to say, you know, you know, I'm a medicine man over here, and you know, this is what I can teach the students. There's some type of mechanism in place that allows schools to look at the, you know, the credentials of that individual. And so, as I stated earlier, on one hand, I understand Board Delegate Elmer Begay, you know, what he's talking about, and also, you know, the importance of that. And then on the other hand, I think that, you know, things have evolved so much, things that we didn't anticipate. And we see that all the time here on council. We pass legislation, and 4 years later or 2 years later, we start to see, oh, that didn't work. You know, we should have fixed it this way. And I think, you know, with the concept of the foundational, I guess, teaching, learning, that opportunity that these, you know, that these individuals had, you know, put in place for all of us Navajo people, you know, it evolved, and it's at a point now where Diné College is, you know, possibly going to be partnering with University of Arizona. They're already making these partnerships with other institutions of higher learning. The University of Arizona, you know, I'm waiting, you know, to hear more about this. But at one point they said, you know, let's partner, let's build a law school. And to me, you know, that maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that was the idea that was put in place for Diné College, using those prayers to help, you know, get to that point. I guess in a way it's kind of like when a person is going to go to school, they have all these ceremonies done for them. And then, you know, when they're done, you know, it's like you can actually say, I'm a testament to those prayers. I'm a testament to that ceremony. I'm a testament because I had that done before I went to school. I came back and look, here is the degree that I have. Here is, you know, I'm showing it to you now. Diné College is in that point right now where I think that they have to make those standards higher because of the partnerships that we're starting to enter into. And so that is not a decision that is made by Diné College alone. It is a decision that is made by the various, I guess, I don't know how to describe them. They're like boards that decide whether schools could be certified for certain things. And so I think, you know, reading that legislation, the first time talking to Diné College, asking questions. I understood that. I understood that that's what they were trying to do, and that's what they're still trying to do. And it's not anything to say that we're excluding these people. It's just saying we are at that point now where we want to grow a little bit more, and we have to set these higher standards. And so for that reason, I did get my information ahead of time. I made it very clear to Diné College, to the people who are reaching out to me, even to the students, because students were reaching out, saying that they support this. I think there's that understanding there that this has to happen in order for Diné College to expand and to grow. And so I'm in support of Diné College expanding and growing and allowing our people to have more educational opportunities, and for them to be able to still stay here on the Navajo Nation, to get that education, and to still be able to go home and retain a lot of those traditional values and those beliefs. And so I do support this legislation. I don't really understand why it was vetoed the first time. As with most vetoing messages, it's very unclear. To me, it kind of is getting to the point now where I feel like decisions are being made by personal decisions, as opposed to, how is this going to help our Navajo people grow? How is this going to help the nation grow? And so I just want to say that I do support this. I agree with what the Delegate Elmer Begay is saying, that we should still retain a lot of that. But at the same time, I see the vision, that Diné College has in terms of growing and making more opportunities available for students, to no longer say all we're offering are just A, B, and C classes, but to say, we are now offering this type of degree, business, administration, now ag science, hopefully it would be awesome if Diné College could offer like pharmacy school, and use our traditional herbs as a way to help heal people. And I proposed that, back in 2019 when I was running, or 2018 when I was running for council, and I still think the potential is there for Diné College to do this, or for Navajo Technical University to do this, to open up a pharmacy school focusing on Diné herbs to help our Navajo people. But at the same time, I think that we are ready to expand, and you do have my support, Ashahat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go back to Chairman Daniels. So at this time, thank you again. Chairman, floor is yours.
Yeah, no. Naabik'íyáti community members. Jeto Sutilito Tiaja. Agi sabi da si so titi a sha con e asinso clato bahadit. Kwagi sja oyo don hin kladen hadon e sabi hananse. Rotish ne the Sovereignty Institute. Ekhoje Asati. Because a beyond a yati inaho ahaki a aje adar. Ako a dikhoji to a the charter gi a yahas ado egasi a large mission statement. Beat that stuff I thought. So the mission. You beat that stuff. Ado, bago na sendo le. The Creed Asian ceremonial and traditional leaders with the doctor's degree, the Hodno to Endo citizen, to Adal in the EDA, a hotel AI thought. They left most notable former president of the Naabik'íyáti Association, Dr. David Johns. Hashid Ehegi Atahto, the degree Dahalna, which within the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board, Dr. David Gay, Hashid Sorto. The Navajo or Igi, Eya Hossin, to Koik Alto, in a horse Alto, what Quaggy, what I thought because though a china being after behind the Ade Quaggy Nan, the board members, the lineage Satoshi, Alto citizen. Kiniki, Bid House just sent out the good aya, or late and then Hadle. A Kunde Quaggy, the board, Yanachaho, the Bajoing to Quaggy. Dandilie, a Quaggy. So there's in contained as a Siki, or a Quaggy. Oh, it is a neatly. She has a Senator Teresa Hatati, a keynote vice president to President Bigman. The quote I see Hashing so the Navajo or Inhigi. You ho Indo Quaggy. Ye nature Hanatse. Isho Quaggy, Joba Honosin, none hid at me. Nido a Dr. Harold Begay a confirm a daily as superintendent Kokoya, the charter amendment Igi Quaggy a Bahaz, so he took the oath of office. I can't in ye a sunny a Kate has citizen Dolan League in the John Hedini a Quaggy to Batrajo. The charter amendment Igi to Batrajo. What is Nagi Ada? Being after Benai Day Kid. The amendment Igi up bylaws Nahalo. A not Nesto Lake. A cup bylaws Igi to how much he quits education program Igi Yayaki. Why Igi hate all. Be not Nesto Lake Igi a what the Quadra president a program Igi. So I see this group of Board of Regents, they're the ones that established the Nest Sovereignty Institute. Asati Kaya Bahadotso, Asati ceremonial Hogan, Behalno Dole, Judadini, a Rexley Jim Unanimous, Ado a Quaggy, Ashida Higgy, Hatashi Dan Lineage, ceremonial leader, he is a Penacha Idaho. Quaggy to Haba Hunosindole. So it's I see. It's a core value that needs that Belganic at all. How that she Nikiliato Har Unshik at a dosit. Our Board of Regents meetings are open. The Queen Asian Espahas and Jagi Aitan Hada Iset. So Benasha da Ilia. So what so the Nepa or Eastern so our sovereignty is based on land base, the language, and the culture. The culture is the fundamental way of life. Like it, the neck etching and tiendo lake. So a naspity kahagita, which is huge in the star, but so a hansit of its anduta, a conde. But either a hidden sword, which is at the neck etcher, not in tiniki, dog, which is the lagana etcher, not in tini, a hidden sword or a quacky being nas old tato. What are tato? Out of these statistics that the question is that is nas for that situation. I thought we could present it as a report, but right here we're talking about this amendment. What student I what tato bahasi tole. Speaker, Chile, I would, if my two agents have follow-up statements, I'd like to give them the floor. If not, then we would go back to you.
Mr. Reagan or Dr. Russell?
No comments on my end. Thank you, Speaker.
I have no comments on my end either.
Thank you. With that, then we go back to the floor. I have Honorable Keon Begay, then Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, good afternoon. Kudo legislation hitahni so zigi. Kudo the Nick College, Dr. Russell and Mr. Bigman. Good afternoon. I do support the legislation. Although nas net nijin hachinen dinki yego bitsilo paati nishiki gishin hin hasalao. Adati akabayat higit a beta that or she yego bitsilo lit ani o. Maybe my recommendation Kadosh brother Yayatiki Tohni Ajib because Anigi the Saton agent in the Osago at the council. What ego Asian Aja has shown his chocolate as a coco Ishi what ego equator not yat eho ha or zito yat eho shinkodo with Kani Kidole. Once one she says it in Habansa's case. I should say, maybe make that one of your agent. Kudo the Kuyoshin and then Denny Aja and Dan Tiendo Aja did up because I know the Sato because I seen the flyer, Mr. Dennison, the emergent world. Yeah, what needs not know that she had a son. Ado Tanda Abahasi, Sansi Diego, Eda Hosenikito, other hits at our Holdoniki Baby Nachukot Icy, Deet Alan, Dot out of this sheet, not aha, this ski his doctrine and Trato Abas, the Kotobish Bans Anni Kling go another sneaklish. The now that a for the Iban Nani Tag go up in it so it a Papayana Nate. Dada Koto Sacred Mountain no by Yatio. Koto Tasaki they go register dot leave don't need it. Why only one Shani D he had no land don't add in it at or set at snow a Bahasi Dada. So about that, as not as in the big half and it's in the big fancy kiss. For I ashe ade and he added the next hall stand as Joyego. Agent and Tini Dashi to Aje large department Untitled in Dashi Sato maybe at the Navajo Nation Council unless this is the last committee. I haven't seen the assignment yet. I mean, that's just a recommendation from me. The other area, my request could other question had to have I think the other thing that we really need to think about the Kodon Hachinabach at the Invocation and you know, oh, you could go to your college. I don't know for your college, though the Cree machine they want to go to school. A lot of times, the majority of the time, they got to go off the reservation is that whatever they want to pursue in for example, I went off back in the days. I went to ASU to get my business degree. Obviously, I'm back over here. But majority of our students tends to find a job out there. Indeed, get off the reservation and they start staying over there. Charter, if you look through it, it's allowing for them to expand the program to offer. I mean, pretty soon the bachelor's degree, the master's degree, the other PhD, then of course your doctorate degree. But down the road, we may even call it the University of Navajo. Sometime down the road, I think that's the achievement that we really need to focus on. The establishment of the board. IEC baby, IEC once they get in, so you go non but once they get settled in, although it's very hard for them to leave the position. But nonetheless, that Asian paper not to bake it to Asian or Zini paper Nashikotashi, and then give it Yada. For I see beta hotels and Kokoshin and Shini Anand, and you gotta have some information to ask it at the Schneelis and he needs to have Adam, he had Hashi that done, he had Nat that done, he wrote man the whole lot. If the Bahon, it's a coy credit, other such as Lasaya, Halit out, not Abi Ha eats if it are late in the baby, you're not hit on that, is not only door, the gun that the Dundee on the net that the baby had eats quack. It edge know that by just hit a door baby than Java. What that ocean has out extra arch. Yes, in a certain position. We have certain credential, but we can't have every credential. A lot of time, I've heard several times that they don't want their students to be in culture class, or some don't want to know the yada. So there's parents of that. Other individuals, they just want to get their education. See, the education is more of that you're going to start communicating with the outside world. aside from your own language, the nan dinigin laughter. That's not nan dinigin later, the inishikito hit ashi baby, it's not the best on it after Koto hit ashi. Has children that she be behind stuff after dog on and she be a says of it much base of Tehti beta was drawn after a siki at the as far as the education snow by yesterday Gido it up at sea the party the one thing that we really need to do could Mr. Bigman adequate she bench has see I believe the last time was over at Den Hood Kodo, my summer hat shareholder, you didn't recognize me yet, but Ita RDC Tadi Kako, other Mr. Russell, I believe I made this comment to you. Navajo Nation, you again, it relates to culture and tradition. The Kaya Konka, 27,000 square miles. No, a coco, Kaya, you'd open it now, Nil. A coco, Deek at the Schmidt earlier. We have a lot of our students just get off the reservation. A co aquatisha, not aquatic, not betting it or Lishiki, Bibidi, Akoko, Aji, Yego, Ultra, give them a strong route of coming back to the Navajo Nation to help out in improving the livelihood in the livestock, in ranching, in agriculture, and so on. Ajigit IC Yego, the Petiso, the Shisto Yego, has out the Shish, out ego into you, Bibchaha, see in that the Kayasa, the Don Eha, the show, training, heavy equipment that at Coney chapters, you equipment, you own now, the CDL training, no, that call and Kodo starts at 9,000, 10,000, but just to get a CDL. But the con change at all this charge, but the whole equipment in that door machine. So what that actually that 3 years ago, when John does this store, and I really like Quack, maybe. Rather than $50 million, I mean, why not go up to $100 million? Maybe that could be a recommendation I could make to the council. We look at all of these. At the beginning of the year, of our term, endowment funding for scholarship. There wasn't much of support of it. Or the hit all lay Kwajikan here, and since here, and since school, the Nigo, or like the clear got a piece of our neatness. So, how how can they expand? The research and development is one of the main things. Kodo school, the endowment, the key or you donated that. That age Bob Hakwati leaf of the one night, and ship it to happy based on the baby, but happy leaf to go out of Kodon Lache Corporation, whoever out there, Kodor Yego, based on Babani, other donate that or other Koday, they turn around and expand out and improve a lot of the school activity in the Nate College. Dorms that and then free college, free classes that no that could don't have and then get they don't have to be lining up at the chapter house or get denied from the WINRA office that they could be able to get their bachelor's degree from the Nate College. So I think that's the focus that we really need to concentrate on. Yet quite in Hitani, they geeky, RJ, Kodot, yeah, I thought it was enjoyable. I'll be a bit of a bit shafty there. Oh, you just in a nest target, oh, you just Kodor, Kadin, that eight, she says, a door, also, baby shuts off doors, and not the quid sheep in the end, not earlier, quit Asian, that Credator, and that a archbishop, Tadia, that get in Nandiba, Bashing, not had a shah, other. Asian up and does it. I don't end the all GKAIC Sahot Pestahwell Jishikita, Elhot and O Quacky Kishing his robe, Beban Baby Kitten, Kato, Jordina, Lingi Puppet Needle, no yard, Eto listens. So there's an area, Kodo the Nick House and Slinigi, Kodoba Hasiki. I mean, give me a recommendation, but I don't want to disrupt the process of making it hard for the council, if not the president, to approve it, because endowment, funding availability, or even a debt service availability for the college. I don't believe that just wait for a year to get funding. There's going to be not much improvement on this. 100 million, 200 million. Not be I see need age because you guys are expanding across the Navajo Nation. I'm sure there'll be some people destined to want to attend our colleges than any other colleges. Speaker, so again, appreciate the I wish to get a response, not necessarily now, but probably in writing at the council session. Speaker, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay. Now let me go to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation Council and those listening on board. Adoshanai for presenting this legislation in front of Naabik'íyáti. I have a couple of questions regarding the Navajo Nation Code under Title 10 of page 3 of 26. It talks about the 2001, and it says that to conduct its activities anywhere. So does that mean outside the boundaries of the Navajo Nation that you will be able to conduct your activities? It's not very specific on behalf of this, but it just says anywhere. That could mean overseas. It could mean at other jurisdictions throughout the world. The way I interpret that is that the intent of this charter, based on the revision of the charter to establish their activities anywhere. If you look at the definition of anywhere, that means, I guess that means anywhere within the world. That's one thing that I was looking at, basically because the Navajo Nation Council, with the resolution CN 9568, had established the college, and within that college, it was within the Navajo Nation territory. The strikeout is to conduct its activities anywhere within the Navajo Nation or elsewhere. The other question I have is the dual enrollment. That's a good idea, but how is that going to be instituted to schools throughout the Navajo Nation? Or is that going to be, I guess the question is, how is that going to be provided? Because I understand the way University of New Mexico does it over here at Gallup Branch, is they have the McKinley schools have that dual program, and the kids get out of school and they go directly to the campus over there, and they attend schools for the dual enrollment program, which is beneficial to getting college credits. And when they do enroll, those college credits are accredited to their efforts to their degree or their associates, or and that's one thing that the question I have: how are they going to do that? How is that going to be done? Is that going to be through the internet, or is it going to be the students that live around the campus of Dene College? Shenandoah. That's the one question I have. The other one too is under page 22 of 26. There's that to establish and operate a campus police, and this is talking about the Navajo Nation, the Net College to enforce applicable state laws and regulations and to handle other duties relating to the public safety on the college property. Does that mean this officer will be holding the SLEC, which is the Special Law Enforcement Commission card, which enables the officer to enforce federal laws? Right now, I understand that there is a Navajo post, and they're trying to incorporate that into also making it multi-jurisdictional to where the state and also the commission cards can be provided for the police officers, and also obtaining the federal commission cards. If that's the case, then this says that hold a valid current commission as a police officer of the Navajo Nation shall be entitled to exercise all powers of the commissioned police officer of the Navajo Nation while on the Net College property. The other one was the $50 million that's going to be up from $2 million. I was looking at that, and is it something that needs to be done to, because right now you have that to make and borrow, to make agreements with and to borrow money to a maximum single transaction limit to $2 million, but now it's going to be bumped up to $50 million. Is that adequate? Is that enough to run your business? The other question is, if and should you get a loan for $50 million and there is a default on that, how's the college going to back that up? How's that going to be ensured that the money being borrowed will be paid back? Will the college be coming to the Navajo Nation Council asking for funding to help pay off the debt that they inquired with the borrowing of the $50 million? I know that the money being borrowed is a good thought, and it needs to be, I guess, articulated to the council here. How's that going to be ensured that if it does come to a situation where the Net College can't pay for the loan, and how would that be conducted? So those are my questions at this point in time. Chairman Damon, I appreciate the time for letting me speak on this behalf and to look into this legislation. I do support this legislation, but those are some of the questions I have on behalf of this amendments that are put in place here for the college that we have that was established since 1968. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Smith. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So for further response and your agents. Chairman, floor is yours.
Naabik'íyáti committee members. Kialam Bigay Juno behind the door, I think so. The Net College, no sake. Yeah, so that had days and egg, but the whole need. Don't need anything out with 8 or like. The Quaggy said silly and I did Kitty Vice Chair Raymond Smith. It's more directly related to the program administration. If and I'd like to request Speaker to let President Bigman and President Charles Monty Russell respond. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, Mr. Bigman.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. To answer the first question, yes, concerning the online education being anywhere, that's correct, because part of the college is, as you're, most institutions at this point in time when COVID came in, they switched to online education. We want to continue that. We want to see that a Navajo member anywhere in the world can be able to have access to their language and culture. I believe that described in Title I, where we consider that our fundamental right. So we want to make that happen. And that's a dream of ours, to see that anyone, anywhere in the world, if they want to learn Navajo and they're a Navajo member, they can learn Navajo. And our goal is to provide it to them at a cost that is highly effective for them. And if it's, and it, even if possible, to even make it free to them. So that's our dream. The second part is about managing the 50 million. That's the board's responsibility. We do get annual reports from the board. They from the administration. They disclose what type of transactions are happening. We look at it on a we look at it every time we have board meetings, what their current debt is. We have KPMG, who is the Navajo Nation's auditors, also audit the financials, and we talk about these in detail. We also get and sometimes request analysis in terms of where the college is positioned. And right now, everything is very positive. Personally, since I also have a background in finance, I do go in and dig into some of these financials to see how they compare as well. The challenge here is that the Net College doesn't really have any comparables, because there's only about 38 tribal institutions, and we're uniquely funded where a lot of our funding comes from governmental sources, the Navajo Nation, the federal government, and these are very stable streams of revenue that are provided to the institution. And so we do have a small portion that we receive from students, which is through their tuition. We have a very low cost tuition compared to any other institution that is out there. And it's very attractive to students. So as a board, we do look through these numbers, we do talk about it. So we do talk about it also in the context with other professionals as well. And I, as a board member, make sure that I am diligent and making sure that the college is well positioned. The college historically has always been very conservatively managed, and I don't think anything's going to change in the future. You know, they have a lot of liquidity, and the issue with their financing is that they don't leverage their funds. So generally, if there's a $20 million fund, it's $20 million in cash that's spent on the item, as opposed to 20 million holding on to the 20 million and leveraging the money, so that way you use other people's funds that help pay for capital expenditures. So raising the borrowing limit is very helpful for the institution in terms of us engaging in modern financing. So secondly, the finance. Secondly, we do have audits that are very good as well. So all of that is supported by our audits, and those are also provided to the Navajo Nation. So I believe everybody does receive copies of that, and it's all outlined within our annual report as well, which we distribute to the Navajo Nation Council. So I know there's additional programmatic detail, so I'll have President Russell respond to those questions. So thank you, Speaker and members of the council.
Thank you, Speaker. Vice Chair Raymond Smith. I appreciate the questions. In fact, I appreciate all the questions and comments that are being made. Honorable Kialan, you know, I too agree that, you know, we have to think big, we have to dream big, we have to be bold in order to meet the the future, and we're not sure where that future is headed right now. But one thing we do need to, we all understand and agree, is that by having, educated Navajos who know and have a foundation of who they are, what the reservation means, and what the Navajo Nation means, we're in a better position to meet that future head on. To that extent, I think one of the things that we're right now in the process of doing, we just started it. We have our first meeting in Window Rock. I believe it's next Tuesday, then a second meeting in Tuba City, where we are going out in a strategic design process and listening to the communities. What do you want? What kind of programs? What degrees? What are you looking at? What can we do better? But we're not just doing that on the reservation. Remember, half of all the population of Navajos are off the reservation. And so when we look at the obligation we have to serve the Navajo Nation, we're looking at it as a way to say, how do we also provide the opportunity for those students who might live in Miami or Seattle or Minneapolis? And so with online, it's opened up a lot of doors and different things, but we also are going to listen to the people that are off the reservation. So we're going to be going to Phoenix and Albuquerque and other places where we have a high Navajo population to see what they want. Is it Navajo language? Is it culture? Or is it business degrees? Because it's a lot easier for them to afford our online degrees than others. And so quality is a big point as we go forward. And that's one of the things that we're looking at. I think in terms of the dual enrollment, what's different about dual enrollment from, say, Gallup, UNM Gallup and other schools, is both in Arizona and New Mexico, there is a specific line item for tribal college dual enrollment. So in fact, the high schools do not have to pay for it, or the colleges don't have to pay for it. It is coming from a fund that is created by the state in both Arizona and New Mexico. So that's a plus. In fact, we just had an expansion in Arizona to allow and afford for that amount, which is about $150 per class, to allow students to actually use it for textbooks. So that's going through. Our amendment was added, and hopefully that'll be a part of the new law for Arizona, which will allow our students then to utilize part of that funding they get from the state to actually purchase books. And that helps the local school districts because they won't have to as they move forward. So it's something that is, we already have quite a few public schools that we work with. And so this is something that we're looking at. There is another, just for your information, there's another law that's going through Arizona that would allow dual enrollment across the entire state. So that would allow our Navajos that are living in Tucson or Yuma to be able to take a dual enrollment course from Diné College or NTU and have that paid for also. So I think, dual enrollment really is something that I think will help us in the future, not only allow us to be able to provide those opportunities for the students, but also get people to start thinking that they can go to college or trade school. I think that's one of the challenges that we have right now. And it's really important. Just for an example, we have a dual enrollment agreement with Central Consolidated. And previously, we also have a public health certificate. We've had students who graduate with a high school diploma in one hand and a certificate from public health in the other hand as they cross the stage from high school. And they're already starting then college as a junior as opposed to just starting as a freshman. So we really believe in the future of dual enrollment. I think in terms of the campus police, in the past, and this was probably 20 years ago or more, probably more like 30 years ago, there were warranted officers within, at that time, Navajo Community College. And that has subsequently been phased out, but the authority is there, and that's why the charter is written as such. We do not have that right now, but they did have that roughly 30 years ago. So that's why that's in the charter as presented. It provides that opportunity if we continue to grow. In terms of the $50 million loan increase, I just want to provide some context. We looked at this, and not by just picking a number out of the hat, but we looked at what is our need. Currently, we have a deferred maintenance of $100 million, and we have another $250 million in not deferred maintenance, but facility upgrades and facilities needed. Some of that includes some of the things that we're doing right now with like a math and science building, trying to build a cafeteria, library, and student affairs at our Tuba City center. All of that is, so you look at that and you think that's $350 million that we're looking at. So what we're talking about, and I respect and I understand, is $50 million enough? The reason why we believe it's enough is for the very reason is being brought up. We don't want to, take a bigger bite than we can afford to chew. So what we want to make sure is that we can manage that loan as we go forward. I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this presentation about being able to provide and create a solar farm here at Tenet College. Well, that would be part of this $50 million, but leveraging an energy audit. So that's not the entire amount. It actually would be paid by the savings. And so it's not, coming out of the operating budget of Tenet College, but it's coming out of these energy savings and as we move forward. So that I think kind of reflects what President Bigman mentioned about trying to leverage, trying to ensure that we can make money work for us as we make it work for the college. I think that kind of, I'm just looking through the list here as I go forward. I think one of the things, just kind of going back to what Delegate Begay mentioned, I think one thing too is that it's important to note that the curriculum of Tenet College is twofold. It's a both and curriculum. It's not just the Western perspective. It's not just the Navajo perspective. It's integrating both of those. So if we have a business degree, it's also talking about the global economy. It's talking about macroeconomics, but it's also focusing on microeconomics and using the example of the Navajo Nation. So our students see the relevance when you talk about business development and economic development and business site leases. They are learning something that is relevant to them in their lives today, but as well as transferable when they leave the reservation. Just like we talk about the agriculture degree. It's not focused just on this, again, this global perspective and genetics, but it's looking at, okay, what are the genetics of our churro sheep? What are we looking at when we look at that? Something that's local that we can look at and be able to provide that relevance. You look at teacher education, the same thing. We're reflecting the learning styles of the students. We address those needs, but we infuse it with the teaching strategies that our culture also brings into it. This idea of collaboration, this idea of having people work with things instead of being lectured to. All of this is kind of infusing across our entire school the idea of, the integration of Western and Navajo together. One last thing I just want to say to that is that previously there used to be a Tenet education philosophy training program. And when I got here, it had already been sunsetted, I guess. We're in the process of restarting that. In fact, we've already started those classes. What that means is that every single faculty will have to be certified in Tenet education philosophy, and it is being taught by our traditional Tenet study staff as well as our teacher education staff. So we are making sure that we're allowing the opportunity to say, you know what, this is important to who we are, and everybody, if you teach physics, you have to take this. If you teach math, you have to take this. And so this is some way that I think it shows that we're trying to make sure, even though we're looking to the future, we're not forgetting the past. So thank you, Speaker Damon, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, this time, is there any other comments or questions? Elmer Gay with a follow-up.
Good, Speaker, good afternoon again. I wrote, I read that, need to respond to Lido, share with, delegate, so, I wrote another door, I wrote, President, Russo. I think, I'm trying to, I try to, explain myself in different ways of how you could understand me. I understand that Charles Noon, I understand that the curriculum part of it to be have that kind of I guess have that kind of a credibility for an institute, issues balance and but all I'm saying is that another way to put this for me to understand this is that I'm looking at page 8 of the 26, and down at the B, qualification for the NET College Board of Regents Bakage, all the way to F. That F, all appointment members shall possess at least one of the following expertise because Roman numerals 1, 2, 3. A good understanding of the spiritual ceremonial knowledge, preferably hatafi or in this case maybe at least one this being at least having able to sing at this being. In this case, it's one simple thing. I understand that there's a sovereign institute. It's in that culture. I was able to classroom, teaching. I understand that part of it. I guess going back down, your institute, the Net College, has a leadership program. To be a leader, that's how to be a good leader. That's how to make good decisions. There's a leadership. That's the program that you guys offer. I guess I could say that to be a leader, I guess you could be being a leader at the Net College as a board of regents. You be a role model to these people, to these kids, and you could be setting some examples. And to do that is that, what's the goal and objective of the whole institute? One of these days, graduate from there and become a president there. Maybe become a board of regents. I think I thought that quite that's our president. I thought that would be the goal and objective of all these leaders of Kafan. Has we so there's an inlado the kick has arrow this kato harder the hot aid of the station in there. Joe crap on this case. When are we going to start putting some of these in there? This traditional teaching of being part of a leadership. But actually, those are the elders. Other other what else is case not yet. Nihida is not yet. So the Hadat did not it's what that is in Seco. So I would say that that the students that I know There's a lot of students that wants to go to school there, and they don't say that even yet or neither. A lot of students that I know that wants to go to school because they say that Dr. Avery Denny, the classroom, I want him to be my teacher. I want him to be I want to go into his classroom. A lot of them is that they're feeling sad today that Dr. Wilson Arano is no longer teaching there. They said they missed the opportunity. So so classroom setting by AI I know that there's all these traditional culture teachings already there, and the oral history that is with the net college. I know it, but I'm just looking at this that part of it. The shinigi, I don't need to see. But I would say that to be a leader of being a board of regent for that, the uniqueness of that college, that institute. There's no other college within the United States that's like that. The uniqueness in it. I think so good to the door and talk is not out there. I don't know or not be what I you could take it that way. Go into other ways. Yeah. You have to have all this. But so maybe I can later on, maybe to have another chance of this later at the council session to see I can work with maybe I can work with that person to see if I can amend that part of it. I don't know, at least shady could the uniqueness. I'll do that later on. See, the larger. I don't put it Hansen, I don't think that in no Lagido because it's the issues that we have today, the concern that we have today. What are we doing? Look, I did be a coffee in the neck on top case and be a da. Although in the his and then I don't hear all in it. I don't hear coffee, the question that the credit, the pandemic, the yona. Other than that, with other is dating next door. Oh, you got I thought there's some of them are at risk again. So it was just called here go. Passion or this. It also cuddle get a passion or yet. To be an example, to be a role model, to be one of the board members, to know a song. Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brigade. With that, let me go back. We do have Vice Chair Smith for the follow-up and then Honorable Stewart in the queue. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. Can you put me in the queue? Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Shwedita. Okay, thank you, Shananda. The follow-up question on this, Chairman Damon, and also the Shania on your legislation, your agents that had articulated on the questions that I have. The question I have was on the follow-up with the bond. It talks about the page 23 of 26 bond. And in that bond, it says the bonds and other obligations of the Nate College and its entity shall not be considered to be obligations general, special, or otherwise of the Navajo Nation, nor to be securities or debt of the Navajo Nation, and shall not be enforceable against the Navajo Nation. So that sounds like the Nate College will be responsible for any actions and guarantees of the bonds. And this has been stricken out with the language. However, the Navajo Nation Council may be separate action, guarantee such bonds on behalf of the Navajo Nation under line B. And then it talks about on page 24, number 3, the bond may be sold at a public or private sale at not less than par. Need a little more elaboration on that, on how the public sale and why it would be sold and why the bonds would be ended up in private sale on behalf of that. The other one was what Shada was talking about. He did speak on behalf of page 826, and in number 2, it talks about the qualifications. In there, it says qualifications for ex officio members. Ex officio members are elected or to be elected to or are appointed into the position by the respective organization. Their qualifications are determined by these organizations. And within that, it speaks about, in F, it says all appointed members shall possess at least one of the following expertise. It doesn't say that it should be, the way I'm reading it, that every one of the appointed members has to have 1, 2, 3, 4 listed in here as their part of their qualifications. Either 1 is allowable, or 2 is allowable, 3 is allowable, and 4 is allowable. 3 is a good understanding of the Nate spiritual ceremonial knowledge, preferably Hakasi, or, and it goes on to number 4, expertise in higher education or education. So does that mean a Hakasi can be an appointed member, and since he possesses the understanding of the spiritual ceremonial knowledge, and he is or she is a Hakasi. The other one is on the C selection. It says that the selection of appointed members, the President of the Navajo Nation shall recommend appointed member candidates to serve on the Board of Regents. So the President of the Navajo Nation will be recommending the appointment of these candidates. Candidates are subject to confirmation by the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, so they'll be coming before us. The appointments will include criteria based on appointees' expertise. Some areas of expertise include, but not limited to, education, business, investment, healthcare, traditional knowledge, and are legal. So that's the number of new appointees for the board seats shall not exceed the half of the board membership. So it sounds like the way this is going to be provided is, as long as you meet one of those criteria, you can be appointed as a member, and then it goes through the process by the president, and then the Naabik'íyáti and the Navajo Nation Council to affirm that they have been appointed through the 3-branch government in that manner. Is that how I read this? Is that how I understand it? Maybe that will help the understanding of where those that have that expertise in certain aspects can be considered on the board. Thank you, Chairman Damon. Kudadoli, thank you.
Thank you. That, let me move on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Sila Speaker, Chairman, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and Untitled staff, from the Neck College, Mr. Russell, and staff from there as well. The question I have is with page 7, line 26, 27, just for clarity, it says that there must not be any conflict of interest with the president or any member executive branch or executive management team under the college. What do you mean by that? Just for a clarity part from my part and the others as well. Out of the other area, according to the stipends, so just as a charter, revising your charter, what about the stipends? Are those going to be adjusted by the board, or how does that work? And then also, what about the travel for these members? How much are they going to be allocated? Is that going to be through the regular process that the Navajo Nation usually takes through? And then also, what part of that is what I would like to understand more about according to that area. Otherwise, I do have a couple more questions, but I want to get those ones answered first. Thank you, Speaker Tula.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, let me move on down. Honorable Brown, and then I'll go back to you, Chairman Daniel. Chairman Daniel, so sorry. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
The Speaker, Ado, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Nana, Ado, to the Neck College, Hutaho, Bitsi, Lol, Khagi. Ajin Kanan, any thank you for this legislation. The Hizad, no Krebechat, the Higi, Ado. So thank you for your report, Mr. Bigman. I wanted to see the timeline. When can we expect our Navajo language to go online so our people from around the globe can log on and learn? I know through the and we need to meet again on the Nebazad subcommittee. The Nebazadi could depend that need Hindano, Le Hotoha Hoto, Soleha Hotodo, Beldi, that's in the Koho, Indian Walk-in Center, Eajukut Abekin Dailistano. So if and also, I know schools, I know Stanford University usually requests for delegates to come online and speak to their Navajo language class at Stanford and other universities also. So I wanted to know the timeline on when that could be available. Creating a Navajo lexicon commission. Coming up with new words but using old Navajo words, but no Elachait edole. Kaila askini kaho. Di benan na shadeh indole. Koho Shaban sis case the ne college could nabatat the nebazado nehe or inliki. Could aja yisin the khasala aja. Could the hobbit zilo traja the ne college koho. My expectations are really nekizadi gido nehe or in hatasi that a kwegi nekid the nenda is kao jono bandas so little bahajonda ko ashan kogo and I think Dene College has been the leader, even having your class song and as a traditional song is really, I'm very impressed with that. The Hikwija Navajo Nation Council, we're still very much going the way BIA seems like have created, bringing in the United States flag first on our sovereign soil. I think the way my family and the way when I talk to people, it should be the Navajo Nation flag. And instead of, and these are ideas, right? As a sovereign nation to really exert our Deneni Tlenigi. There's also the songs, Eshat the Nick Echanike, Senat Aho instead of the what is that? The Pledge of Allegiance and these other very colonized mentality and the way that they do things in DC. And I think it is up to this council and this leadership to dismantle some of these very colonized mentality and what we're showing our children. I think when we, even right now, I'm code switching, right? The Nebazaja Hanana Sehado, the Laganik Echanan. And we are in some very interesting times. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done just on our language. Ado Khalid Edole. I respect that. Aja that the needs and do the bahan nakahan neigi sa andan and dashet niko. Shishyat ani sa andan and do sa bahas hito sa late and das the honda bahan do such and das kaso inda. A coho. So if I'm really interested in what that's going to look like. So, and then the other thing is to Dene College with this legislation and really moving forward. I'm really interested in creating a working group, and I see I'm following the lead of my colleagues who are doing wonderful work with MMIW, other even with water initiatives. What I'm interested in is I would need your help and support creating a working group on the Nebazad. I know that we created the Nebazad subcommittee of the Naabik'íyáti with 6 council delegates, but I know what I see as our council, my colleagues, we are always overbooked. There's a lot, but we do know the work has to be done. From the Net College, I think what I'm really interested is in creating a working group for our Denebazad, and then that's where we can talk about creating a lexicon commission, and then also exactly what you have talked about on creating a Navajo language portal for our Navajo people to continue learning. And And this is where, what would that look like? I know that Mr. Rexley Jim has given his report to the Deneb Azad subcommittee. So I want to sit down with them, and then with Dene College, Navajo Technical University, DeBosba with OzCAD, and some of the immersion schools. So our next meeting is next Friday with the Nebazad. We try to accommodate my colleagues' schedules with their duly called committee meetings as well. Again, back to the working group. Maybe we can host a meeting at the Net College. And the frustration that I'm seeing even today, I'm in Window Rock, and I do respect the safety of our Navajo employees, but it's also very important for us to some of these meetings to happen in person, to look at maps, to look at these plans, to have some sidebar conversation and conversations after the meeting, before and after the meeting. And we're missing out on those that time in meeting together. So that's my frustration. I do, like today, I schedule a meeting ahead of time, and our buildings are closed. So let's work on a meeting in person, and of course following all the safety guidelines. And I do, what I'm seeing through the data that we gather daily from the incident command is, that the vaccination on Navajo is really good. I'm very comfortable in meeting them in person as long as we wear our mask and keeping our hands sanitized. So that's something that I'm really interested in some of having these smaller meetings. And this is where I would really ask Dene College, NTU, as well as Navajo Nation departments to really look at opening back up. It seems like now we are working backwards. So we have to go to Phoenix, Albuquerque to have some of these meetings, and that's what we're finding out. So I look forward to working with you, Dene College, and then the other thing is the $25 million that was set aside. If you can report back to us right now your response, Mr. Bigman or Dr. Russell, on if you did apply for part of that ANA indigenous language funding. There was $25 million. I did work with OzCAD. They're supposed to have submitted their proposal to the ANA language grant, but I haven't heard back from them. So I think next Friday I'll hear back from a report on that. And then I wanted to know if you applied for that and what are the specific areas you will be using, if you did, well, I guess that would be the first question, and see how we can continue to support our Hatafi and our people who are learning the language. So, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So,
Naabik'íyáti committee members. And to the questions and comments. How down do kas unido arunike nitago arushin kwege eya tato be I nisto lek so I what arukon so I don't be has the all of this the vetting, meaning Budget President, which was Navajo time to get classified. So, requesting applicants for boards, commissions. So, I put out in the evening. Do up into a station. Do the hickey. A busy kinaki. How to put a I think so. I thought it. Sabi don't know. I the dog netly. So even I don't be he don't have the so. But I don't care to look baggy. I see. Beat that so again. He James Craigie. I don't know. What either or to Kaya. They think they go in. So I see President Russell. Sergeant, I didn't kill you. Fishing, like President Bigman, though Dr. Russell, Dave Quaggy, Satoya Hadotre, or Quaggy, Wilson Stewart Quaggy, for the spike beneath I thought. I thought, see, it's part of the annual operating budget. But that's so the board meets 6 times a year. The committee, physical audit and investment committee. The project governance committee. The student success and assessment subcommittee. They board those staff. I think nothing be to quite a policy in the quite a resolution they had done. So that even yes, neatly times a year. So they would the 2019 the whole day. So start the meeting they consta. So the committee meeting start the need of they consta. So a board meeting a stipend a 250. Committee meetings a 100. Though mileage a IRS the mileage rate a keho. In person go and a teleconference go. And with modified meetings go on a code. But silly. Do a house. He calls that not equally go quaggy. I don't schedule. A Eliago a Naha during the budget adoption, the meeting schedule the nada dita. But our area to Bahasi to list Ado Kuja Nathaniel Brown behind the Dr. Bigman, President Bigman, though Dr. Russell saying that you had to you give me the latitude to let the co-sponsors also speak to the issues that were placed by the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. Let me go to Honorable Otto. So,
yeah, shouldn't could also in to at it دعني بلاز لينس تو شيء هاجي بهز أني بفتي نوتشي سنده ني أي باي أتي باي يدال كده تابا هزنية كون شيء تاني نيجي report إليا إن did modify نادنا تو أني ده نادناهم أي border أي بك خاطر يا تو نهيت أي يا فيديو إليا أرو أي كده president banal te do ha ispini na video in la do e ajibit na hast ako beshbans an ai ta kidney kine ako a digi that shouldn't change. Now we have the support of the president's administration to sign this bill into law and dik adnasi ako did yego bohnet zango ako de hashin za ko ban yelki ko digi ata yego banajnish. This is the second time around for this legislation. But at this time we have the executive branch's support for this particular legislation, and it's a good law to modernize the charter amendment for the net college. The net college has ano yehto ano tin bikhat do ad net honzao kosi bi sans la akon the distingue genal ego yego sahot ego ko hol jisto sahot ego ya hol jish ako ebik she di celeste seat and liniki hot agita this dit ego hardo little dit ego yat ego shashin hat no hot an hat hadilya na hat hadat il الشاشة خيط إيرو اللي في ناس بإلنيو نير خارج إيرو تان دنووتو دكيستو نا إيرو نا غاتا أيو إيه خارج خايش من نا هت إيلا آدن دا بهز أني خارج هت آدن آدن إيه مم توني أكو شيء ينسن ناس بدهم خليشنا آتي ده أكو هو إيه بهنة زانس دي بهز أني نيرا خالا يا بهز اني ادي قلت خلنيجيت دو ادي صوتي اهز دو واشنطن دو تانتي ادي قلت خداه سوين هس ادمون دا اني خندوني خاول انتوني هزار بي نازله بالخهدت مهنت زاغا انسن عشان النبي خهيلا بيدو نو يلو نو سيخي بيسلاغو اتي بهز اني كون شيكي انكو هدا اوبا هاتيستن سن اديشنال ناس بتاعتي اشهود هنتو
thank you very much, Honorable Otto. Colleagues, any other further comments or follow-up?
Delegate James here, another speaker.
Oh, go ahead, Honorable James.
Ich hätte another speaker. Ado hast die Loschmat auch noch nicht. Ado ist noch einige. Do kodo shiche. Ya kodo dan legislation in source. Ado be ya Dan Nashiki, Nigato, Daholon, Kukunza, the Bayel, the college. Aje, what that the ultra has Anjako. Oko, Shikaiki, Nadish Kido Lehiki, ya, Dide, Nast Konida, Aje, but ultni, the college, but ultra Anje, Benat Aje, what Senel, Ako, just it's indoor ni jokot ba ha odzi sali ako. Say B ya go dishne say B ya ako ni la shink atat sa de ya hot ni not dan le ako. Do just it's in not andor ni jokot not sos linin hidaton not sos le ako nana di de ko de da kaya nahas ado belhata hasto kaya han linigi ako edo big aho ya ko de kaya hata hasto gi edo big aho da ajena nenat ahigi to nat nelta to leh chokot to ka ako eki lachit ya bayat to halit bayat asol ako sos ya anatlas le Adonana di kaya hata hot so linigi big ahoto tato ni di la to hit out la hot abe ha ozi di de be ol to ha ishi ye ya hosten do ye da hot olsen do ol thajinan sos el keta nete da de jagi ede ya big aho ya aje ni hinat ba ol khan linigi de na college not necessarily chokot at la ako kwaiki la hit hot bayat asol kito bayat kito benhast kot an hitaton no sos la ko ado nana na kikon to ya de na ki de milso beso aja ana necessarily ligi kwaiki to yan ha da kodo li de da Ashlatin de Milzo. Akone lago ella beson hana nelo hato li chokot ado in hitato no so silinko. Ako halate out ella akwa ikihas ane do bayati la do halate out ella akot au Ashlatin de Milzo. Ella be ella ndaseto thala. Hat ila ben das ka do hat ila be da alia koni la akon zagon ha elwat ako na ki de mailso ade don leis la den de mailso ade hot a beson khana nekto le chokot to be in hita don no so ako le de on hilche da hat don hilna hanne chokola alchene do yo hata de leta nana di pata ultra ekito to la ella hata de leta chokot oyo be kede nitle chokot do ben hilna hanne benina ella de quishi kontra nasneliki bethaho ultra da holz so da holian de nache kondalia kadeya to tato lihale alchenen leniki ta ultra tan leniki do la hada til intasule nihe koche kotsa lak antelje se dort ne hada deleta alchenda de ada quiz le chokot ben hije yatio ajen hits ata del khas le ko okot to kui ko shin has to okot za so ling ko na ho jono ta ya bel na has ande ta holts so na ha alchin asho pa ni yeto al khan lini yan na da khand ko de ya an le se helin det ya ado kinas ja det ya ta hot sa de det ya jokot be ke ne ilte ko ade be so ha hoshin konte aslatin de mil so o ko be son hana ne to le jokot to ein hita to no so lin ko ado nana di de alto tra gone hit ashin ta anish do hit ashin ya ko do ko ta el tra ki bel dal nesho yilin dal nesho bits ade beso hit aho da ya na hin de to le chokot alto hita to no so lin ko oko di the neck which is anje beso alla yahanahan teto le chokot inal sos no so ila digi arpeto nila ako dilat ya hot the neck which hot to ultra has anigi dila dila go arpeto nila alto ako hot tra go ke hona bahna del kidolil nana a kate the bench to le hige kodo on hije hete nisi ajer the neck college ni hitlas ani a hat la kodo shata ye hanatze honorable Elmer Bigay dahaga don he all ni hizad leden has twin hizani ye de khay alto hot ye hanatze oko shesazindo ajit o hayu boko hot benach nesho ben ha akwansin ako adon he hot ni he trachli dan linin ha has twi ni hezan dan linigi aje stot de quishit ya abel ya bot ako benina shishit ba hozen benache de qui go shit ya hot al tra na has shipra do 2 by city do kojitam say helin do wonder rock akot aje betradiya at ako a lang ako njano da di ze nan set chil atras chil nan set adat ahigi be ze dal any da ajib akot bisin da hol ben ha akon sin ako khala isla do lato hot ashinanish isla gibnina hat khali dan leni de question bits ade la ya binan tinigi la hashit shin bits anda bits na hala do binache ya hot khode ado la beta ina ben da haga ado anda ke ada ol na haga adan san haga ada holtsese na has aj put yin dan tin do ya tio o hayud ya hot shil ketni khaiselen ko oko ha okot ni hin na haga gi na khati nosen ado anda na kha ya beno glingo hot besol pa at anda aho pada ultra dan lenin he trali dan leni ada hosni ge hot kweta hanshe da kun kon so de yard leni pche konda ni ho o hayu ya chene da ultra dan ni ledo da si legi hot ya da wil oko ha ni hidin ni do le kwa gi na kha ya ban so ke ston khati no seno kwanza de hot in khabena oko njono ado la ya da tio on khaba akwansin oko ha hot ni ha ina leni le de beta alte igin khati no sendo khoishi ilchene danese to ohdish atlan zimit abe khatat la oko o hot o ha ni zin to le ado Don Hilbahos and Dolechinat Don Hilanas Tani Ako the Ani additionally Lato Shinanish Ishla Ultra and Linigi Arjun Hiatali Dan Lini Ako Arje at art our Nahas Ako Ako ya Belagan the late Trasitatle na Kaitlijin late at Trasitatle Edo da Lahot any Kagish Ligi Tranana Startle Ako Ayo ya Nahade Dasin Ako Anle Benade do the Nen Linigi do Nabe Hon Linigi Ayo Okot An Hinahagat Nia o Inli Dasin Ako she hot aba akunizi hashit eshi kotat ako ad that's da hajla ala tni khuya ala te khuya na halchene na be hot net an lini khota na hasta nit la ala ne ola honi unit el ala underneath an hajla na halchene o do alle so da hot Anna Kitra that the Nilt Aho the Nanny Law the Econe Ohil Ahoba Aconizi Ako Le Dona be Hotan Linigi Hot Ayon Hade Dasen Hashit Ashindo Yoda East Ado the Enjono as Nei Lato as Kate de La Hot Ashit Aya Ecuador Eastern North Do Codon Sinat Nihil Nazis 20 Hot Ashi Not the Hajoba Nahos Netole, Ashoden Hatchin and Natchet the Neck College. Aje in Hagato Beta Ina Beta Alte in Leyden has twin Hizani. Aje Ultra in Linda Hos Aho. Arjun het in Hatchin and Hitoken Hinalike had that the let of Nego, Hanet na Ashil Ayat E. A quat Ashil Ashma Adla. Nahalchin na be hotan linigi hada dil dole ashon da hot adole ndei la dole khoje beta ina an he all in that hindi la did he ni so ina chde kha dole ko hot quite to ba khasti to shesazin to ha he did dishni khishi not an no the neck college hot hot be Kate no krego ashon jono ni hena haga dat hiki ya ta Kate ta hona hala chita en hagabi de bi chita eniki hot ni ha tralin liniki na ha ba tse do kezo in jono bada ultra okun za de she ba okun sin ako ha la ntra bo she se zin do ko kon dia chinen linit akota han shende an le dan hit dan za don has okay ya ta betoche na has go hot an hal chin ashon la ande is la do la do yi da hodil ko she ta kuista eben in addition ko hot ya he din ni do list ko de
Thank you very much. Honorable Ben Shame. So that, colleagues, just a reminder, we are on legislation 0011-22. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So, and I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, so then we can go from there. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, no. The Chile, Ado, Naabik'íyáti committee, and the clinic quaggy. Sab Betan Hodit Ahinitas, so the quaggy Banya shit. Ado, good night, the kid. let the Quaggy, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, United States Kid. There was a question to Dr. Russell or Dr. Bigman. The Quaggy. So, Che Honorable Vince James, I got you in the United States Kid. He seems to Quaggy agency, which was later. Chair, I'd like to defer the questions and to my agents, Greg Bigman and Dr. Russell, and then I would recap before we send it back to the membership. Thank you.
Mr. Bigman, Dr. Russell.
Thank you, Speaker. Nathaniel Brown, or Delegate Brown, thank you much for the question here. I'll have Dr. Russell answer these questions. It's a lot of details, but he'll get into the weeds with everything. And thank you for acknowledging Diné College with this program and how we can help support the nation. So I greatly appreciate it. So thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Dr. Russell.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, Chair So, and members of the committee. So, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, your question is a good question. And so the answer is we're doing it now. We now have, because of Zoom capabilities, because of online learning, we have classes where students are taking our Navajo language classes from everywhere. In fact, we have one class where we have a student from Puerto Rico, from Seattle, Washington, and Minneapolis all together in one class. So they have that as an opportunity to earn credit. So I think that's one of the things that we wanted to try to differentiate here. So that is happening now, and it will continue to expand in different ways as we also become better at providing some new strategies based on online learning. The other item that you're referencing is the potential and the goal that we have to create a Navajo language program that is not necessarily for credit. So it could be somebody who is taking a class who's kind of like this open university type style, or somebody will punch in their census number from, say, Miami, or from Kansas City, or some other place, or from Nazlini, and they could then have access to a basic level and course of instruction. In order to do that, one of the things that we're looking at, and we're doing the exploration of that now, we first started doing an online course with medical terminology with Martha Garrison about 3 years ago. Then now it's evolved into this new program and approach we're doing. So part of that evolution, if you will, is to be able then to take this and create an actual online program. So what that means is something that is kind of difficult, and that is, if you want to learn Navajo language through culture and with culture, then our classes that are online and offered for credit is the route to go. But if you want to learn Navajo language as language, like say you could do in terms of if you use Babbel or you use other online programs, then this would be one way. It won't create fluency, but it would allow everybody a basic level of access to Navajo language from all over the country and the world. And I think that's one of the things that we're looking at. Not everybody, because of where they live, can have that engagement and that level of engagement. But what we wanted to do was create this program. We feel we're probably about 2 years away from actually the creation of it. One of the things, to be honest, and we have submitted this previously to the council through the CARES Act funding, looking at this in terms of what what we saw as a problem and also an opportunity during this time of the pandemic is money. In order to create an online program, we have the expertise for the language, but to be able to put it into and onto a platform that allows what we're talking about is going to take more money. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at. We're engaging with some companies that have that expertise. We have the other expertise to go with it. In terms of, creating a Navajo Lexicon Commission, I think, we'd be very happy to engage that. I will say that, since the question was asked, I think the first step, though, is to create a Navajo language policy. And then within that, you have the different elements of, you have a policy, you can then have the legal review, you have the education policies associated with language. What are you going to do in terms of raising the level of teaching? And as I mentioned earlier, there's different dual approaches of Navajo as language and Navajo as culture. And then finally, then the Lexicon Commission that provides that opportunity. But I think one of the things that we would be very interested in is, of course, hosting that meeting at any time, any day, any place, at any of our campuses, whatever it works for the subcommittee. But also then I think looking at what are the steps needed to achieve what the goals are. And I think that's something that I think would be helpful as we look at this. Some of the grants that we're looking at in terms of innovation, we have submitted some grants. One of the grants that we submitted through the Navajo Sovereignty Institute and Rexley Jim is to take the idea of language and try to be more innovative. In other words, we all know the process of being able to learn language in a classroom where, a teacher is at the board or there's groups together, things like that. What we're looking at is how do we try to make it more dynamic so that we get more interest? And so the grant that we just submitted focuses on drama, focuses on memoir writing, focuses on things that are outside the normal execution of language instruction. So those are the kinds of things that we're trying to look at right now, is to say, okay, how can we try to take our knowledge? And one of the big things that we're focused on, we had a grant that was, it's wrapping up right now with BIE, is how do we try to improve the quality of instruction, the quality of teaching of language? I think we're in this transition period. A lot of the Navajo language instructors from, when I was younger, they're retiring and they're leaving. So now how do we get a newer, where you have less, fluency of Navajo for our students in elementary? 67% of our Navajo people do not speak Navajo. So those numbers are going down. So how do we try to engage those? And so part of it is looking at strategies to change the way we teach Navajo language to make it more exciting, doing more animation, doing more drama, doing things like that that are actually more engaging for students. So those are some of the things that we've done in terms of grants as we move forward. And so we haven't heard anything yet on a grant. We're also in the process of developing a grant that looks at creating its Navajo language, but for business. So taking those concepts of business and putting it in Navajo, and we're focusing on developing that too. So we have about 3 or 4 areas of grants that we're focused on right now, from the idea of innovative approaches to teaching it at schools to even the business side of Navajo language as we move forward. So I'm trying to just look at and yeah, that'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Chairman, does that conclude your response?
Thank you, Suchile, Chair Damon, Adoshan, and I, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Sato, Che United Kids, this rate, a Kuja, ganado je. Oh, that is called o hundahtra. Jo I don't the hot in lake quaggy. She aja to I just think that the specifics of it, we could provide it in a written report when the action was taken and what those decisions were. Declining enrollment. Oh, there is declining enrollment all across the United States. The universities and the colleges are enduring a declining enrollment. So it impacts us. So even so we're trying to do the modified programs too, online and in person. Without the administration, how did you decide reducing the border regions? So modernize. Lego on Hinde. Oh, that you need Ishiba when you think this chin the quaggy clato, Benel Nish, so clato, Lana Winton, dig it of the charter again, Nazk Osgo. What else Juno Nano safe both in programs, education, and recruiting of enrollment of more students. The 82 million beat us so we 50 million adopta. So quite what issue investment advisor so I think so even count this study was made on the utilities on the basis or at the next college they led the Hazanigi La the horse a cookhoje Antin had either Tesson the Naznilse to a quaggy Chandini given it's ado a quaggy Shigi agent at either ye jato even not the meters they to beta a cookhoje basil no nello to solar farm, solar array, Nilo. But you add at these tail lead, because Aniki add a utility cost, electricity, Hodoni, a add peso, was a linky, a savings, a we could use it to basically offset, make loan payments to the project as well as to the possibility of the $50 million loan. The theme means I say agent with so President Bigman and Dr. Russell. I see Pahui Zanako. Bini Kahagate or a Quaggy based on not necessarily. I could. I don't know based on no that. No, I just see to spend not nilo. What the investments and loans aka zonal itole. So I served on the finance audit and investment committee. This committee is the first one to look at the audit, out of the audit findings. For the last 3 years, those findings have been minor and they've been corrected. By having those audit findings and the corrections, these investment advisors say we have a good chance of getting loans because it's not related to major mistakes in the auditing or accounting system. So without $2 million, you still have 15 million. We want to be transparent and we want to be accountable for those loans, and we want to make sure that we are accountable to repay those loans in a manner that would be part of any agreement. We want this particular ability to borrow will not be tied to the Navajo Nation's assets or fixed assets. Back to you, Chair Damon.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So that, colleagues, again, thank you very much for discussing the legislation. We are on the main motion of legislation 0011-22. Is there any further comments or questions at this time?
Delegate James here.
Follow up. Yes, Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Vince James. Honorable Eugene So.
Is a question. EPA, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. That actually hold no. Don't words on the carry fish and wildlife. All the honey, all that, that's car. The net coffee. On him does mish. All toss a lahagi that's in the sheet at 10. All not a lot of plenty out of neck. But as the ball cut somewhere on this case, as I was all curriculum machine. They are all cut Ilya that's cut on some. The never not any day state in those they thought about all cut. A sheep has not all as that go oh. But anyway, it's a naga hagi aya oh as arch. That is that one of the qualifications to work as a fish and wild in the fish and wildlife or in the Navajo Nation EPA, forestry, etc. To learn the Navajo way of neck as it eyes. Because a lot of men that is called a neck call and does miss. It does all the hardest that is called a not call. 8 of the day. So I was wondering if the college were teaching some of those jobs within the Navajo Nation government that we have that you all need agricultural business. So that all on the great go to the case of the years not done, or the case of the year on the great yard how that there's something not in. So it did all this. It's easy to understand what we're trying to do for our younger generation. Like I said before, we had to brand with a dollar sign from ever since boarding school. But in here, I had a question is they taught us skills and like actually at the show. But that so I be had it be hey they come in now, so that's why we're headed into the Western world. That's why a lot of churches were introduced to the Navajo Nation because they want everything out of these Navajos. They all it ought to be had all yes. But no Asian because I mean that today is still ongoing because we had to have a diploma in order for us to make money. They all a lot of kids don't come back from off the reservation because they're not competing with the outside world. Based on all you did, over 100,000 a year, and we don't have that money here. Sometimes we say it's not going to happen because they make more money out there and they're competing and they got their own houses. I don't. So we can't happen. But I hold because we don't have the money to pay them in these jobs that we have on the reservation. We're just the reason why we don't have a lot of policemen across the Navajo Nation or Fish and Wildlife, rangers, etc. So I didn't say hold on because our money, we don't have the money to pay them. If they're more educated, they'd rather go somewhere else and start their own job somewhere. A lot of veterinarians, they make more money. So why deal with the Navajo Nation? They have just a few pennies to pay them. They don't want pennies. They want billions of dollars off the reservation. They are the bada haza. So they got to call you cut out, but the English cases, the never kept the bell, highly trumpet, based on all you did, English and then question. Here goes Ed husband of the thoughts. I'm for it, and let's go vote. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Vince James.
Thank you, Shanada Speaker and members of the council. Let me try this again, maybe in English this time. I'll get some answers. In regards to the reducing of the Board of Regents from 8 to 7, and then also selecting those Board of Regents by credentials, I guess, and not by geographical area anymore. In pertaining to these two cases, on what planning or what made you guys to come to this conclusion to reduce your Board of Regents from 8 to 7 and to not do selection on geographical areas but by credentials? How did you get to that point? And then my number two question was in regards to on what data and what information, what research did you guys do to go from $2 million loan to a $50 million loan request? On what grounds or what research did you guys do to find that 48 million difference that you needed, when in fact, in reality, enrollment in all institutions have decreased? So that was my number two question in Navajo. My third question in Navajo was in regards to retrieving revenues from companies that was created by Diné College. What are the name of the companies that Diné College has created or is planning on receiving revenues from. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. With that, let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So,
That's she. Joe Quaggy. In reducing from 8 to 7 is basically a thought that and moving away from geographical to a degree or equivalent. It was a decision of the Board of Regents. And so what I see clean a quaggy. John C. Diggy, oh, shot. But don't need to get that. We have investment counselors. It's still quaggy. They gave us the recommendations. But to, I guess, further the answer, let me give it to this response to President Bigman and Dr. Russell. And again, it's your legislation. Oh, it's your legislation. And the rest of the Nabi agrees with you, then I mean, I'm the sponsor. When it was put on the table for discussion, it's your legislation. I think that's the basic thing when we put legislations forward. I guess the Tenet College administration and the Board of Regents have a body of knowledge, and where there was these ideas put forth, and it was put forth in first committee work sessions, and then finally to the Board of Regents. As this charter amendment, in the comments, so, and again, this amendment is for advancing the college, both in the area of expertise and the ability to expand campuses, Crown Point, Window Rock, Tuba City, and up at Shiprock. There's an initiative to do micro campus. There's a micro campus at Aneth and one at Bailey. I'm not sure. Help me hit a blank spot. And there's plans to institute other micro campuses where there are groups of students that want to enroll in these campus courses. One of the main objectives is to advance teacher assistants. We have a whole teachers job vacancies. And we have teacher aides at those institutions. And part of the work is to offer teacher education courses or those other requirements to achieve a degree in education, or to get certification. So those are some things that are embodied in the institution and how they will go forward. So it's for the whole aspect of the Navajo Nation is the institution. And Mr. Bigman, Dr. Russell.
May I, Speaker?
Yes. Mr. Bigman, go ahead. Floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. To answer the first question, the reason why we decreased the number was because that answer is best looked at when you look at the reasons why the board changed in terms of its professionalization. And it was done primarily for what Delegate Charles Newton inferred, and that was based off of governing principles. There's knowledge that these new governing standards for the institution are going to be more strict. And so they're really looking at how the institution spends money, how the institution assesses for student services. And these are really as what Chairman Damon mentioned, is the core aspects of what we consider corporate governance for higher institutions. So that's the reason. Everything is centered around having good governing principles. In fact, when we presented and talked about this to other institutions, they thought the idea was very novel in terms of how the institution was restructuring, and they thought that this would be a good model for their institutions as well. So the primary reason is for corporate governance, for really making sure that we manage the institution and do everything in the proper order and ensuring the institution's best interests. That's the reason. Secondly, kind of aligned with that is assuring that we can try to minimize politics. And as you're well aware, a lot of times there's interference, whether from government entities, and this could be any government entity. And so what we're trying to do there is minimize any type of political activity that may be a result from that type of interference. So having border regents that are aligned with what these key functions are within the institution and taking responsibility for that really helps to make sure that it's aligned within its best practices. And that's important for the duration and longevity of the college. So as a result, the reason why the numbers dropped from 8 to 7 is because the last regent was not needed, and there was no longer a need to have a regent filled an unnecessary or unfixed role. So if there's a desire to put in another regent, as we talked about, there's a risk that sometimes their influence can adversely impact what's in the best interest of the institution. And I think you've seen that in a lot of other entities on Navajo. So in order to help minimize that potential, we decided as a border region, and we talked about it extensively, that it would be best just to eliminate that position. We talked about how this other potential 8th seat could be filled, but after our discussions, we concluded that the institution is best served with 7 members. So that's the rationale. The rationale for increasing the number, one is in part based upon our projection in terms of how the college is growing. And I don't see, particularly within the foreseeable future, that there would be a high need to extend a loan of a high amount. But I think when we think about how that 50 million can be used, it's really thinking about how the future of funding will come to the college and taking assessment into that as well. So not only leveraging, but growing our investments, growing our endowments, looking at new ways in terms of how can we start to leverage these funds. And so based off of those principles and part of how the college is growing, that's kind of the projection that's what the college will need over the next 10 years. So that's the reason for the 50 million. It wasn't just a number that was created from a pie in the sky number. There was actually some analysis and thought that went into that. So that concludes my response. I don't know if President Russell wants to add anything further, but thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the committee, and also Honorable James for providing that clarification.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Honorable James. Just real quick, I just want to reiterate what I had mentioned before. That is, in terms of the 50 million, we looked at what our need was, which was partly, as I said before, $100 million in deferred maintenance, as well as 250 million in terms of expected improvements made within the college. That includes new buildings, that includes expanded programs. And so when we looked at that, we thought about how can we try to make sure we don't overextend ourselves. I had mentioned the solar farm that we're looking at in terms of the energy audit. That in its totality will be about $20 million, but it will be leveraged through the energy audit. So then if you take that, then you're looking at just another 30 million, which is something that we felt we could more easily take care of in terms of a loan going forward. So we looked at it from our need, our larger need, as well as then what we could actually do to take care of the loan, and combined those two, we came up with the dollar figure of 50 million. In looking at looking at that in terms of the enrollment dropping and the possible revenue from that, we do not receive, like most institutions, we are not contingent on the semester to semester enrollment. We're funded by the BIE primarily. The BIE funds us based on prior. So in other words, 2 years ago, that's the money we're getting today. So if we start looking at that enrollment, and this is what we did the analysis, is what is our 10-year trend? Our 10-year trend has been that it's been increasing about 7 to 8%. So if we look at that and we project it out through 2030, our goal is to be at 3,000 students by 2030. That would just have an increase of roughly, from right now, what we receive about $3 million through tuition, that would only increase to about $6 million. So the generated funds by our college are not from the tuition. It's primarily generated through the BIE. And just like you look at a grant school gets a cost per student. That's what we looked at. So if you take those two numbers and we play it out over our last projections, meaning the next 10 years, that's where we also came up with in terms of being able to say, this is what we think we could manage in terms of the type of growth we also would need. President Bigman mentioned about the next 10 years. So that's what we're looking at. How do we provide the facilities needed to have our growth at a certain rate? And what we're looking at, our trend over the last 10 years has been at about, around 7% going forward. In terms of institutions, we also looked at what is the trend that is done nationally. Our trend nationally now is that you have roughly about a 9 to 10% drop at community colleges. Now we're kind of in the middle there. We're a 4-year institution, but we still have a community college. Our growth up until this past semester, our drop in enrollment has been 2 to 3%. So that's well below the drop in enrollment that you see across all of the country. This past semester, we got to about 5.9% in a drop. And that just came out to, if you put numbers, it sounds like a big number, but when you actually look at the numbers, it was about 72 students. So we feel we can make up that difference as we move forward. The other thing in terms of talking about what kind of data we looked at, we also then looked at what is the graduation of our high school students on the reservation and then going into our college. In the past, we've had roughly about 200 students that go directly from high school into our college. So a majority of our students are not coming straight out of high school and never have been. But what happened is we saw a 50% drop in those students, but we saw an increase in a lot of people going back to college. So the other thing that we've seen in terms of the data, as we're looking at this data to say what can we manage as we move forward in growth, was that we looked at our regular student body, and roughly we were at around 60-40%. So in other words, 60 to 65% were full-time students and 35 to 40% were part-time. Well, during the pandemic, that shifted. So we end up having about 50% full-time, 50% half-time. So with the drop in enrollment, we saw more of those coming from full-time students. Why? Because when we did the analysis with the students and called them up and had surveys, a lot of them had to leave college to take care of family because somebody in their family had passed away. So what we did to try to address that is then also developing, what we have right now is 50% tuition grants. And if they're a student in good standing, they get 100% tuition grant as they move forward. And I think those are the kinds of things in terms of developing how we come up with the number. We looked at different areas. What can we service as a loan? What's our projected enrollment over the next 10 years, not the next couple of years, but the long-term 10 years, but also looking at right now, we're in the process of developing our first 2 master's degrees, and also going to the earlier comment about fish and wildlife and things. So one of our first master's degrees in the area of biology. That allows 2 types of students to come in, one that are interested in animal and biology and animal science, but also then looking at it from the side of plants that are also going toward the medical field. So we're trying to create programs that are able to provide the interest of our students to have different outcomes. So if somebody is interested in the medical field, they can take it. If somebody is interested in the fish and wildlife field or the biology, natural sciences, they can take it and still get to the point where they want to with their career. So some of these decisions are made based on thinking, we think we can get around 45 to 50 new students with a master's degree. The income generated there will help offset, and of course, most graduate schools, the tuition is more expensive than the undergrad. We haven't made that decision yet, but as we move forward, those are the types of data that we got together to develop as we move forward. And I think, and I want to apologize. I'm sorry I didn't answer the question earlier. I thought we kind of had in some ways, but that's my fault, and I'll take full responsibility for that. Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the committee.
Chair Damon.
Yes.
That would be our response.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you.
All right, with that, let me go back then to the floor, and I do have Chairman Rickness in the queue. Chairman, good evening.
Oh, yeah, Sananta, Chairman Speaker or Speaker Chairman Damon. At Sananta, Ishbans Anna Seniki, Ada Sananta, Aro Karosham Na, Chairman Daniel So. Nathan Ahnehiti Korosa Betanahdi Ahi legislation Nahadalia Aja, the next college amending the charter. Oh, but just case guy, you said Lago in Nations are gonna be killed here. Asiol Naabik'íyáti, yeah, gonna be Naabik'íyáti to kache ben ye that the nastida jo amendment ke ba then do hot out or less to ICT ni ho ben the nil esta o nishike just from what I have seen the vitality of the educational institution there at the Neck College. I remember when it was a 2-year college, Navajo Community College or Liego. At the Neck College, though, on the Nessa, she twice in Neck Liego, the Nessa, she Ajinat, Annie, Tnesh, the Nahas, Haniki, but Altkaki. I'm just really proud of our Navajo College. I am. I need this neba. I see ba bashit hojo. What the next saron hashnadon hidden that they're able to afford this school of higher learning. And just when I went over there to the Neck College to witness how many of our students, our people received their degrees, I just felt very proud. And not only that, you know, our professors over there, our Navajo professors, our own Navajos teaching our own Navajo people. I was just really astounded. I said, and this, all that I've seen from years past, you know, in retrospect, up to now, the Neck College has really grown, and we see the vitality of where it can go now and what our people can achieve, what we can achieve ourselves. And it is with the leadership there as well that's making it grow. They're watering it, making sure that the higher learning, the garden of it here, they're hoeing, they're watering, and they're making sure the fertilizer's all there. We have all the tools here before us. Let's just support this, continue to support the growth of our Navajo College. Thank you for this legislation. I'm just really ready to vote here. Board of Regents. Thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, good evening, everyone. We are back on the main motion on legislation 0011-22, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0011-22?
Delegate Yellow Hair, Speaker Hayate.
Good evening, Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
Speaker, we've been on this legislation almost probably about 7 hours. I think I see you about him and Dr. Russell and your team, though, and that's too honorable. So, share. I hear no in this. Also, state of sharing down for names very clear that we need a good in the college to be out there with other college universities. Chair, I'm ready to vote. Thank you for your all the explanation here. On so this to me. I don't about the honorable term chairwoman Gloria Hati, Gina Charles Newton, that I had to want to ski. And the cause none Chilia Hati honorable Rick Nance here. Check at all. I'm ready to vote not on. Let's vote and let's take care of this very important legislation. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Again, colleagues, we're back on the main motion of legislation 0011-22. I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one's texting to be in the queue. Are we ready to vote? Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Oh, that's so Nisha Heshi. So I just want to recognize my brother, Guy Gorman Sr. When this all started from Miniform, the next college Miniform, the Liada, Stehat, Katia, oh, I think our needs with all share. I did, Nishu, I gave share, Kunzao, Sister Talk, I that's cut or share. I teach that in the Miniform High School. I see, yeah, share, oh, I should have a class ticket that's here. But I could already be a street of the store, let's vote the knee or on the hotel. She, but she is no aid. Even now, got a section as that's cut. Talk as that's cut. If she heading to the street of the thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, colleagues? Going twice on legislation 0011-22's main motion. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Speaker, Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knezbekrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you very much.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica
Green.
votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, 1 delegate excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Speaker.
Star six, speaker.
Sorry, I was on mute. The colleagues at vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That legislation is destined for council. I mean, that's to go across the street and for council. With that, colleagues, time now is 5:35 p.m. Request to speak by Honorable Slater, but please keep in mind, colleagues, I know that some of our staff are still having to drive quite a ways to get home this evening. So I know that some of the roads are still icy from last night's storm. I just wanted to keep that out there. Vice Chair Slater, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules to add legislation 31-22. This legislation, as I mentioned earlier, is critical to advance out of Nabi to hopefully convince members of the Arizona State Senate to waive the aggregate expenditure limit, which will ensure that the 14 school districts on and adjacent to the Navajo Nation that serve our Diné youth will not lose any funding from their budgets this year. It's a very simple, no-brainer legislation that will establish the nation's position making such a request. And colleagues, I respectfully ask that we amend the agenda to include this item and vote on it quickly so that it can have an impact down in Phoenix. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Honorable Slater.
On that motion.
With that, on legislation 0031-22, there's a motion to add that onto the agenda. With that, that's why Honorable Slater. This legislation 3231-22, Mr. Rico, has that have we received the committee report?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we did receive the committee report, and it was sent out at approximately 10:40 p.m. this afternoon.
12:40?
12:40.
Long day. With that, Mr. Rico, could you read in the title of the legislation?
Yes, Speaker. Tracking number 0031-22 is an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, supporting and requesting Arizona Legislature to approve by vote for public schools K through 12 to exceed the aggregate expenditure limitation as required by the Arizona Constitution for 1 year. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene. So, Mr. Speaker. Oh, also co-sponsors are Honorable Edison J. Juanica and Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Okay, great. With that, colleagues, there's a motion by Honorable Slater to amend the agenda On the motion, this would go under new E 31-22. That's the second by Chairman Daniel. So that, colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion to amend?
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Vice Chair Smith, this is just on the motion to amend the agenda. Floor is yours. Vice Chair Smith.
I'll wait until the main topic's on, Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote orange. Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Chair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 22 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, 1 delegate excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on the motion to amend the agenda. With that, colleagues, we are on now legislation 0031-22. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0031-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, supporting and requesting Arizona legislature to approve by vote for public schools K through 12 to exceed the aggregate expenditure limitation as required by the Arizona Constitution for 1 year. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika, and co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
To all the
Mr.
council that
Speaker.
she or he is always
Mr. Rico, did you finish the reading of the legislation?
Speaker, yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. I just I know that colleagues there's a just a reminder to keep your phones on mute. With that, colleagues, on the legislation known as 0031-22, sponsored by Honorable Slater, is there a motion?
Motion, Wanika.
Motion by Honorable
Second.
Second.
Second, Delegate
Paul
Nez.
Begay.
Second by Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, any comments or questions?
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. Actually, let me go to Honorable Slater as a sponsor. Honorable Slater, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to present this legislation. This legislation will establish the position of the Navajo Nation requesting the Arizona State Legislature to waive the aggregate expenditure limit that will cut funding to the school districts that serve our Diné students on and adjacent to the reservation. There will be an adverse impact to the quality of I don't know if we'd say the quality, but definitely an adverse economic impact from the cut that are being proposed. Essentially, funding is based off of student enrollment and inflation from the previous school year. We know that student enrollment declined during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we all know this from a very firsthand basis. We know how families struggled to continue to keep their kids in school in a safe environment and also continue to work. That balance has unfortunately had an impact on student enrollment. And you'll see an exhibit to this legislation that identifies the cuts that will take place to each of the school districts if the legislature does not approve a waiver for the aggregate expenditure limit. I plead with you, colleagues, to please pass this legislation. It's requesting, at this point, the state Senate to waive the aggregate expenditure limit so that these cuts do not go into place. And the Arizona House has already passed a waiver. We need the Senate to, and it sounds like there aren't enough votes right now to bring it to the floor. So it's my sincere hope that if the nation makes this position and we're able to circulate it through the Senate, that we will get this waiver established. We really need this to ensure that each of the school districts has appropriate funding to continue serving our students and not impose staff cuts, teacher cuts, anything that could impact the quality of education for our students. And to that end, it's Exhibit A. You'll see that Window Rock School District would lose 2.3 million. Ganado would lose about 2.1 million. Chinle would lose 4.6 million. Red Mesa would lose a little under $1 million. Page, I believe, would lose $3 million. Pinyon would lose about $1.3 million. Cayento would lose about 2.1. And there's the other districts that are housed off the reservation but serve our students. So I sincerely request your support for this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Speaker, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, let me go to you.
So thank you again, Chairman Damon, for the time to speak on behalf of this legislation. Also, Naabik'íyáti committee members and Shitsui for sponsoring this legislation and getting it before the Naabik'íyáti before and send it down to the state of Arizona. This is imperative because we have students that are attending each of one of these schools out in the areas that is listed under Exhibit A. And within Exhibit A, it's not the fault of the parents, it's not the fault of the students. Of course, it's COVID-19 has made it difficult for students to be in attendance, and I think we shouldn't be penalized because of the non-attendance that are mandatory for students to receive or to be accredited for being in attendance at the school. So this legislation I do truly support. The reason why I wanted to ask a question is because when you did read Exhibit A, I didn't hear Sanders Unified District. Is that excluded out of this, or is it just because I guess that's the question. I know that there's several of them, like Flagstaff wasn't mentioned and other school districts. And I'm trying to figure out how we came to that amount of 1.1 billion is at risk. According to this Exhibit A, it has 20 million and 37 million is what may be cut on behalf of the schools throughout the Arizona portion that's on the Navajo Nation or within the Navajo Nation, adjacent to the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Sitsui, for this. Maybe you can kind of explain that. Is Sanders also included in this? Because we do have representatives I see on here, such as Jasmine Blackwater, Nigrin. We did meet with her at the time we went down to the Arizona legislatures, and I did mention the school issues that we have within my communities and the concerns that were brought forth. So I turn the floor back over to you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions on legislation 0031-22?
Chair.
Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Oh, so did I see the hot or person at 100 at election at the schools, public school, Navajo Nation, white man, patchy up, is that at Echo. I see that over 5,868,177 at Echo. One Unified School, Cayenta, Penny on Tuba City, Brett Mesa, Cedar, Canado, Sanders, Flagstaff. Other ones that in action that Chicago are the time all day, Page, Hold, Winslow, Joseph City, White River, Young Elementary District, Chichini Unified School, Grand Canyon Unified School, HR, Ego, Conan, his cut easily, Chicago, ya, Fado, Bafon, Narrated, Chris Kadnashi, State of the Education Address. I don't, it is, this is very critical. For us, all the schools, not just only in the Navajo Nation area. It would maybe might hold more tooth on it, put more teeth on it with the other indigenous people's high schools. Those schools are actually so that's if I may, maybe I can make an amendment in that regard. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other further comments or questions before I go back to the sponsor? There are none. Let me go back to you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, Delegate Raymond Smith, for your question and for highlighting an important school district affecting the students that are in the Sanders area. Under Exhibit A, you'll see that Sanders School District would lose a little under $1.2 million if the aggregate expenditure limit is not waived. And so collectively across the education system, the state public education system in Arizona, $1.1 billion is at risk. And of that, $37 million is what's been identified for the 14 school districts that are on or adjacent to the Navajo Nation in Arizona. So of that 37, 1.2 is from Sanders. I believe that this is a sort of pro rata distribution. It's based off of enrollment and, like I said, inflation for each of the districts. And the cuts are proportional to the declines in enrollment that were seen across each of the districts. So that's why it's 1.2 for Sanders and the 4 million for Chimney Unified, et cetera, for the respective school districts. So this needs to be waived by the legislature by March 1st. And so that's why it's very critical that we pass this legislation this evening. The legislation requests the waiver of the aggregate expenditure limit, and it would have the effect for the entire state of Arizona. We're not asking for a carve out or anything like that. We're asking for a waiver for the entire aggregate expenditure limit. So that speaks to, I think, the concern of Delegate Eugene So, and I appreciate the sentiment behind his request for an amendment. I don't think it's necessary at this time because it will still have the same effect for our students who are down in Phoenix, or maybe they live in Camp Verde or elsewhere. And then, of course, the other indigenous nations in the state of Arizona that serve other Native students. This would help them too if the aggregate expenditure limit is waived. But I think we would get into an interesting quagmire that I'm not sure we want to go into if we want to speak on behalf of other Native nations or indigenous nations or federally recognized tribes. I believe that that power should be reserved to the respective tribal governments that serve those tribal citizens. What we can speak on behalf of is our Diné people. And so that's why this is framed around the impacts to school districts on and adjacent to the nation, but it will have the positive impact of affecting the delivery of education to all Native kids in the state of Arizona if the state Senate approves this waiver. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions on the main motion?
Speaker David, I do have a question.
31-22. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaker, so I'm a little bit, I support this legislation, but I also know that there was, I think last year, there was some concerns about our representatives not voting in favor of the budget. And I'm wondering, I know I've been doing research into what happened, because I know that it did come up this year at the Arizona State Legislature when we did meet with them. We did have many of our Republican representatives and senators who were asking us, to, basically speak to our representatives for them to vote in favor of the budget. Doing research, I learned that that there was the issue came down to education. And so my understanding last year was they were trying to incentivize private schools and give them more money as opposed to public schools. And that's what divided I guess, the Democrats from the Republicans from the state legislature. And again, this is just based on my own research after hearing about what happened. So what I want to know is, with this legislation, it is specific to public schools, and I'm asking this question only because I know that had our representatives voted in favor of the budget, and the different communities would have got project money, it would have hurt our children in the long run. It would have hurt their public education because a lot of our schools are public schools on the Navajo Nation. And so my question is, this has nothing to do with private schools. And I do apologize. I think because of the weather, I just got back, so I'm not able to log on to read the entire legislation. I'm just reading it straight from my phone. And so I'm trying to get caught up to speed with this legislation, but I just want to make sure our children's education is not going to be compromised by this legislation if it passes today. It sounds like what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect that. And I know that there's always politics being played there in Arizona. I myself, was called here recently, to ask that, that I try to convince our representatives, to vote one way for a legislation. But I made it very clear that I don't do that. And I did agree with the vote that was taken last year, because in the end, our children's education would have been compromised. And I think that, that was, I did make it very clear to Representative Myron Sosi and Representative Nygren that I thought that was the right vote. Of course, it's a year later, but I did call them to say I think they did the right thing, because looking at the incentives that were being asked or that were being given to private school owners, it was really so. I guess I'm just trying to put everything together here. I just want to make sure that our public schools the schools that many of our children go to, actually a majority of our children go to, that is not going to be compromised on the Arizona side, is what I want to know. I know I'm a New Mexico delegate, but I just want to make sure that that is the right thing. Doing more and more research into what happened last year, it really just kind of makes me, I feel like I have to ask this question. I just have to be very straightforward and ask this question because a lot of our kids are sent to public schools. So just a straightforward question with a straightforward answer is something I would appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Good Shay. Good Shay, Eugene So.
Hello, Eugene So. Floor is yours.
This is really critical. About it, I see cut across the Navajo, Arizona. This is school day, about 17 schools within around the Navajo Nation. I don't also going to affect Kin Residential Hall, Winslow Residential Hall, Pinion Community Schools. They are the 2 million better now. It's going to be cut out the grant schools. What are the Nagari made store operation that additional assistance, discretional funding, other cash side funding, other results. It's going to result-based funding, school facilities, transportation funding, teachers and staff reduction or reduction in force, school closure. These are not it. So I think we had to somehow create other nation in what happened to COVID. The pandemic that is leading aid on shit they are hot the Hudson I thought they're already behind. And now they're gonna get more behind if we just get this we allow this to be cut. It's the reason why I wanted to know if I can put an amendment on is to put the other schools involved with these other schools that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions before I go back to the sponsor? If not, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your thoughtful questions and comments. This is unrelated to the issue that arose last year with the proposed amendments to the state education budget. Those amendments were about diverting state public funds from the state public education system to private schools, and that is not what's being addressed in this legislation. This is about ensuring that the funding levels that the schools received prior to COVID continue and that they're not adversely impacted by the reduction in enrollment, and that reduction in enrollment builds to the formula that is distributed across the state public education system. So it is unrelated to those empowerment scholarship or savings accounts, and is, I think, a non-political, or should be a non-political issue, and has enjoyed the support of our Legislative District 7 delegation down in Phoenix. They are supportive of waiving the aggregate expenditure limit, which is what this legislation requests. And this is, I'll say again, is unrelated to the ESA expansion that was proposed in last year's budget, which the LD7 delegation declined to support. So they're unrelated. And then regarding the request for an amendment, I think that's something to work out between the requester and the Office of Legislative Counsel. Thank you, Speaker. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, is there any other comments or questions? Let me go back to the floor. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0031-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, 1 excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0031-22, final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti committee. The vote of 21 favor, 0 opposed, and 10 not voting. Honorable Senator, staff, if you can get a letter out as quickly as possible to so that we can send that legislation off too as well. With that, colleagues, moving on down.
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Daniel So.
Second.
Chairman Daniel So, there's a motion to adjourn by Chairman Daniel So at 6:14 p.m.
No, I'll second that, Speaker.
Second by Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Colleagues, whatever is not on both the scheduling of a work session and looks like a report will automatically be rolled over to next Naabik'íyáti committee if this motion does pass. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions on the motion to adjourn? Twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kealan is green, thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
That was green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Tina votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, I'll vote green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Elmer Begay also votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates in favor, 5 opposed, 1 excused, and presiding chair not voting.
Colleagues, officially adjourned this evening at 6:15 p.m. with a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and chair not voting. That, colleagues, thank you. Have a good evening. I know some of you are traveling. Our crew might be on the road. To us staff this evening, please be safe too as well. Safe travels, everyone. Tomorrow, there's a couple of different work sessions and different meetings. And then also on Saturday too as well. So have a good weekend after that. And we look forward to seeing everyone next week. Again, have a good evening, everyone. Safe travels. Hagonet.
Hagono, everybody.